Greetings, fellow fans. You're tuned into Nexus Harry, presenting to you today, what if Harry drank a Bloodline potion at age 8 and transformed into the last living heir of Merlin himself? Show some love by liking and subscribing. Enjoy the story ahead. Chapter 1, The Vial. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive was exactly 4 feet wide and 6 feet long, and Harry Potter knew this because he had measured it with his hands when he was 5 years old, pressing his palms flat against the walls in the dark and counting. 4 hand widths. 6 hand widths. The slant of the stairs cut diagonally across the ceiling so that he could only stand upright near the door, and the single bare bulb that hung from a wire gave off just enough light to read by if he held the book close enough to make his eyes water. He had taught himself to read at 4. The Dursleys hadn't done it. Mrs. Fig next door had left a stack of paperbacks outside her door once when Harry had been sent to collect her post, and he'd taken 3 of them without asking because no one was watching and he was hungry in the way that had nothing to do with food. By the time Dudley started school, Harry could read faster than his teachers. This was not something he mentioned. Number 4 had rules, and the most important one, the one that ran beneath all the others like a root beneath a garden, was that Harry did not make himself noticeable. He ate what was left. He wore what fit. He did not ask questions that started with why, and he did not look adults in the eye for too long, and he did not, under any circumstances, do anything that reminded the Dursleys that something strange lived in their house. Strange. That was Uncle Vernon's word. Freakish on bad days. Unnatural when his face had gone the particular shade of purple that meant the neighbors had said something about Harry's eyes or about the way the roses in the front garden had started blooming 3 weeks early every year since Harry moved in. Harry's eyes were green. Very green. The kind of green that made people stop mid-sentence and lose their train of thought, which was inconvenient for everyone and particularly for Harry, who had learned to look slightly to the left of whoever he was talking to so as to avoid the problem entirely. He was 8 years old and he was lying on his cot in the cupboard at 10:30 on a Tuesday in March when he found the vial. He hadn't been looking for it. He'd been trying to reach a book he'd wedged behind the cot leg, a battered nature encyclopedia he'd salvaged from Dudley's discard pile, and his fingers had found something else instead. Something cold and smooth tucked into the hollow of the cot's rear left leg, which had always had a looseness to it that Harry had assumed was just age. He worked the leg free with the patience of someone who had learned very early that the best way to open things that didn't want to be opened was slowly, and the hollow space inside was exactly wide enough to have held what fell out into his palm. A glass vial, stoppered with dark wax, no longer than his thumb. Harry held it up to the bare bulb. The liquid inside was the color of old amber, not quite brown, not quite gold, and it moved with a thickness that water didn't have, slow and deliberate, like it was thinking about where it wanted to go. There was no label. No writing on the glass. Just the vial and the liquid and a warmth that Harry became aware of gradually, the way you become aware of sunlight when you've been inside for a long time, not a sudden heat but a presence, like something had been waiting just behind a door and had now, because he was holding it, quietly opened that door an inch. He should not drink unknown liquids. He knew this. He was 8 and underfed and had never been to school, but he was not stupid, and drinking things you found hidden in furniture was objectively not sensible behavior. He uncorked the wax seal with his thumbnail and drank it in one swallow before the sensible part of his brain could finish forming the sentence. It tasted like the air before a thunderstorm. Like cold stone and old books and something green and growing and enormous, something that had roots going down so deep that the concept of bottom simply didn't apply. It hit the back of his throat and then it hit somewhere else, somewhere that wasn't a physical place exactly, and Harry sat very still on his cot with his hands in his lap and felt the thing that had been waiting behind the door come all the way through it. It wasn't painful. That was the thing he'd remember later. He'd expected pain, or at least the sharp disorientation of something going wrong. Instead it was like a hand pressed flat against a window from the other side. Present. Deliberate. Patient. There you are, something said, in a voice that was not a voice, that was more like the feeling of a voice, warm and deep and older than anything Harry had ever touched. I've been waiting rather a long time. Harry said, aloud, into the dark cupboard, "Hello." The bare bulb flickered once and went steady again. Nothing else happened that night. Harry lay down, pulled his thin blanket up, and slept better than he had in years. The changes were not dramatic. That was the first thing. He'd half expected to wake up transformed, taller, or glowing, or with some immediately obvious difference that the Dursleys would notice and react to badly. Instead, the first week passed with nothing more remarkable than a persistent warmth in his chest, like a coal banked low in a fireplace, and the sense that the edges of things had become slightly more defined. Colors were a shade brighter. Sounds carried further. When Aunt Petunia dropped a glass in the kitchen at 3 in the morning, Harry was awake before it finished falling. The second week, he started hearing things. Not voices, exactly. More like the memory of voices, impressions that surfaced when he touched certain objects or stood in certain places. The old oak tree in the back garden had something to say that felt like slow centuries and deep water. The crack in the garden wall where he sometimes sat had an emotional texture that was distinctly different from the earth around it, older, quieter, like something had passed through it once and left a mark. He stopped being able to cross the threshold of the cupboard without feeling the house breathe around him, not metaphorically, but actually, a slow and steady respiration in the walls and floors that he hadn't noticed before because he hadn't been equipped to notice it. He did not mention this to anyone. The third week was when his eyes changed. He noticed it in the bathroom mirror on a Wednesday morning. A Tuesday had been laundry day and Aunt Petunia had been in a foul mood since breakfast and he'd been especially careful to be invisible, which was why it had taken him until Wednesday to look at himself properly. His eyes were still green, but there was something else in them now, a gold-silver quality that shifted depending on the light, like sunlight on moving water. In direct light they were almost entirely that warm amber gold. In shadow they went deep in silver and looked, Harry thought with a private, wondering feeling, like something that belonged in a very old painting. Dudley noticed 2 days later, which was unfortunate. "Your eyes are weird," Dudley announced at breakfast, with the particular conviction of someone who has recently discovered something excellent to hit someone else with. "They've always been green," Harry said, not looking up from the toast he was making. "They're not just green, they're, Mum, Harry's eyes are doing something." Aunt Petunia looked. She went still in the way she went still when something reminded her of the thing she did not discuss, the branch of the family that did not exist, and then she looked away again and said, very crisply, that Harry should eat his breakfast and not lollygag. That was the end of the conversation but not the end of the awareness. Harry caught her watching him 3 times that day in the particular way she watched him when she was trying to decide if something was going to become a problem. He kept being perfectly ordinary and unremarkable and hoped that would be enough. It was, for a while. By April he had started doing something that he didn't have a word for yet. He was sitting in the back garden one afternoon, a rare hour of nothing, Dudley at a friend's house and the Dursleys out for some neighborhood social event that Harry was never invited to, when he became aware of a current beneath his feet. Not water. Something else. Something that ran through the earth the way veins ran through a body, purposeful and directional, connecting things. He could feel it vibrating against the soles of his sneakers and he sat very still with his eyes closed and traced it in his mind, following it east until it split, following it west until it gathered, and underneath all of it was a hum like a plucked string, low and resonant and completely unlike anything he had a framework for. "Ley lines," the knot voice said, helpfully. "What are ley lines?" Harry asked the garden. The information arrived not as words but as understanding, a sudden settling, like a puzzle piece finding its place. Lines of magical current running beneath the earth, connecting places of power, carrying the ambient energy of centuries of living and dying and wanting and fearing. Every act of magic ever performed left a mark in them, faint but permanent, like footprints in stone. Harry sat with this for a long time. "Am I magic?" he asked. The answer was not simple enough to be yes or no. It arrived in layers, yes, in the way that certain places are sacred, in the way that certain songs survive centuries, in the way that rivers remember the shapes they carved. He was magic the way a bloodline is magic, which is to say completely, and from the root. Whose bloodline? Harry asked. There was a pause. And then the not voice, warm and dry and faintly amused, said, "Work it out. You're clever enough." Harry went to the library the next day and started with the mythology section. He didn't find Merlin in the mythology section. He found him in 3 different sections: history, legend, and a dusty shelf at the back that was half folklore and half something the librarian, Mrs. Aldworth, called "that old peculiar stuff that nobody requests," and she said it with the fondness of someone who was personally quite fond of peculiar old stuff. Mrs. Aldworth was one of approximately 3 adults in Harry's life who treated him like a person, which placed her in an extremely select category. She was about 60, smelled of lavender and old paper, and had decided sometime in Harry's 7th year that he was her most interesting library patron and begun quietly setting aside books she thought might interest him. She did not ask about the bruises when there were bruises. She just handed him books and let him stay as long as he liked, which was more than most people offered. "Merlin," she said, when Harry brought his stack to her desk. "My goodness. That's quite a research project for a Tuesday." "I'm interested in where he actually came from," Harry said. "The real history, not just the Arthur stories." "Well," she said, with the satisfaction of someone whose speciality has been correctly identified, "you'll want to be careful about that distinction, because what we call real history and what we call legend aren't always as separate as people assume." She added 2 more books to his pile from somewhere behind her desk and pushed them across. "Start with those. Come back Thursday and tell me what you think." Harry read all 6 books in 2 days. What emerged from the overlap of sources, the points where different accounts agreed despite having no apparent connection to each other, was this: Merlin, called Emrys by those who knew him before the court, had been born somewhere in what was now Wales, son of a woman called Adhan and a father whose nature was contested. He had appeared in recorded history approximately in the 5th century, though several sources placed his birth earlier and his death not at all. He had served Arthur, yes, but before Arthur there had been others, and before them there had been no service to speak of, only Merlin himself moving through the world with the quiet, purposeful attention of someone who was doing something specific and did not need an audience for it. What he had been doing, across all sources, was this: he was mapping the places where magic gathered thickest in the land. He was building something. And then he was gone, and what he'd built was either lost or hidden or waiting, depending on which source you trusted. The Bloodline, mentioned in 2 of the 6 books in passing asides that were clearly considered historical footnotes rather than significant fact, had supposedly died out in the 13th century. One book mentioned a child, unnamed, who had been hidden for safety. The trail went cold there. Harry sat with the book spread around him on his library table and thought about a vial hidden in a cot leg in a cupboard under some stairs in Surrey. "Not dead," the not voice said pleasantly. "Just waiting." "For me specifically?" Harry said, very quietly, because Mrs. Aldworth was at the other end of the library and he didn't want to look strange. The warmth in his chest expanded briefly, like a coal given a breath of air. "For whoever was ready," it said. "It happened to be you." By June, he had stopped doing accidental magic. This was the thing that, in retrospect, was probably the most remarkable shift, because accidental magic was supposed to be the defining characteristic of a young wizard before training, involuntary, emotionally driven, as impossible to suppress as sneezing. Harry had been doing it since he could remember. Things moved when he was angry. Glass cracked when he was frightened. He'd once ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang had chased him into a corner, which had been both convenient and deeply problematic. It stopped being accidental because it stopped being involuntary. He could feel it now, the current in the ley lines below and the corresponding current within him, and the connection between them, and the possibility that existed in that connection. He didn't grab at it. He didn't need to. It was simply there, the way his hands were there, available when he needed them and quiet when he didn't. He'd practiced in the garden when the Dursleys weren't home. Small things, careful things, a flower tilted toward him, a stone lifted, once a full rain shower relocated 6 inches to the left so that he didn't get wet while hanging the washing. Nothing that left marks, nothing that announced itself. He worked with the precision of someone who had decided that control was more interesting than display, and the control came easily, with a naturalness that suggested it was always supposed to work this way. The not voice was a companion now rather than a surprise. It didn't speak constantly. It surfaced when he was reading something relevant, or when he touched something old enough to have a memory, or occasionally in dreams, where it manifested more fully, less a pressure and more an actual presence, tall and silver-haired and wearing an expression that Harry could only describe as long-suffering fondness, sitting across from him at a table that existed nowhere in particular. "Are you actually Merlin?" Harry asked, in one of these dreams. "I'm what he left behind," the figure said, with a tone that was simultaneously precise and evasive. "A fingerprint. A set of instructions. You might think of me as a very old letter. A letter that talks back. Letters always talk back," it said. "You're just usually too busy to hear them." "What were you building?" Harry asked. "All those centuries of mapping the ley lines and finding the places of power, what were you actually building?" The figure across the table looked at him with something that might have been approval and might have been grief and was probably both. "Something that would last," it said. "Are you ready to find out what?" Harry woke up at 4 in the morning with his hands glowing faintly gold at the fingertips and the absolute, bone-deep certainty that something enormous had just become his problem. He was 8 years old and he had been dealing with enormous problems his entire life, and he thought, with a quiet and genuine feeling that was not quite happiness but was something better, fine. "Let's have a look at it then." He turned 9 in July. The Dursleys ignored it, as they ignored all his birthdays, and he spent the day at the library with Mrs. Aldworth, who had somehow known and produced a piece of lemon cake from somewhere and a copy of a book on ancient Welsh history that she placed on the table in front of him without comment, and which turned out to contain, in a footnote on page 237, a reference to a place called Year Emrys, the Cave of Emrys, and a description of an underground system of tunnels beneath the Brecon beacons that had been surveyed in 1887 and found to contain architectural features consistent with pre-Norman construction and markings of an unknown symbolic nature. He memorized the coordinates from the Ordnance Survey reference in the footnote. He couldn't do anything about them now, but he filed them carefully in the part of his mind that was becoming increasingly organized in a way that felt deliberate rather than natural, like someone had quietly renovated a room inside his head without making a fuss about it. He ate his lemon cake. Mrs. Aldworth asked him how old he was and he told her 9, and she said, "Well, you read like a 30-year-old, so I hope you'll take that as a compliment," and Harry said he did. "Harry," she said, carefully, not looking at him, "is everything all right at home?" "Fine," he said, the automatic answer. She turned a page. "My door is open on Thursday evenings until 7, if it's ever not fine." He looked at her, properly, with his shifted eyes that he'd stopped trying to hide from her specifically, and she didn't flinch, which he appreciated. "Thank you," he said, and meant it more than she'd know. He turned 10 the following July and spent it teaching himself Latin from a library textbook, because the older he got the more he became aware that the things he needed to know were written in Latin, or in variants of older magical languages that Latin was related to, and there was no point in waiting for someone to teach it to him when he was perfectly capable of teaching it to himself. The Latin took 3 weeks. The magical language variants took longer, but they were familiar in a way that Latin wasn't. They resonated with something in his blood rather than just his brain, and he found himself reading certain ancient texts with the ease of someone remembering rather than someone learning, which was disorienting and useful in equal measure. Uncle Vernon had started avoiding him. This had happened gradually, over the past 2 years, and Harry suspected it was because he had stopped being afraid. Not in a pointed way, not aggressively, he didn't stare Vernon down or say anything challenging. He simply stopped flinching, stopped making himself small, stopped doing the particular physical performance of smallness that was apparently what Vernon's sense of domestic order required. He moved through the house with the quiet confidence of someone who was somewhere that didn't define him, who had somewhere else to be in all the ways that mattered, and Vernon, who was essentially a bully of the oldest and most transparent type, had responded to the removal of the fear signal by simply avoiding the source. Petunia watched him more. She watched him in the way she'd always watched him, but with an edge to it now, something that was half recognition and half something she was working very hard not to name. She'd grown up with a sister who had been extraordinary. She knew what it looked like. She was not, Harry thought, with something approaching compassion, at all happy about it. "You're doing something," she said to him one evening in the kitchen, after Dudley and Vernon had gone to bed and it was just the two of them in the yellow light with the last of the washing up between them. "I'm drying dishes," Harry said. "Don't be clever with me." She said it without heat. Her voice was strange, quieter than usual. "You've changed. You've been changing for 2 years and I haven't said anything because," she stopped. Started again. "Your mother changed too. When she started learning. I watched it happen and I couldn't," she pressed her lips together. Harry put down the dish he was holding and looked at her fully, with his gold-green eyes, and didn't look away. "I'm not her," he said, carefully. "No," Petunia agreed, with a strange flat certainty. "You're something else entirely." She picked up the last glass, dried it without looking at him, and set it in the cupboard. "Don't break anything in this house," she said, and left the kitchen. It was the longest and most honest conversation they'd ever had. He was 10.5 when he found the ley line convergence point. It was under the park at the end of Privet Drive, a detail that struck him as almost too on the nose, that a place of significant magical interest was situated within walking distance of a boy who turned out to be the heir of the man who'd mapped the whole network in the first place. He'd been mapping it himself for months, tracking the currents on long walks with the focused attention of someone doing a survey, and the convergence was at the northeast corner of the park, near the old oak that he'd always felt something from, beneath a particular patch of ground that was always slightly warmer than it should be in winter. He stood on it on a Thursday in November at 6 in the morning when the park was empty and the sky was the pale gray of early winter, and he pressed both palms flat against the earth and asked it to show him what it knew. What came back was enormous. Not painful, nothing about his power ever hurt, which he was beginning to understand was unusual, but enormous in the way of looking up at the night sky and suddenly actually registering what you're seeing instead of just seeing. A whole web of it, continent spanning, ancient, alive in its own way, carrying the accumulated weight of millennia of magic like a river carries the weight of everything it's ever run through. He could feel, faintly, the places where the web thickened, old sacred sites, places where the veil between things was thin, a dense bright cluster that his instincts identified as somewhere north, further north, a castle on a cliff above a lake, packed with magic so old and varied it hummed like a chord. He also felt, distantly, like a splinter in wood, something dark. Something that had done damage to the web somewhere and left a wrongness in the current, like a stain, like a scar. He touched it carefully and recoiled not from pain but from recognition. "Voldemort," said the not voice, answering before he'd fully formed the question. "I know about him," Harry said. "You know the outline. The scar on your forehead is a connection point, you know. It runs both ways." Harry filed this away. He'd known about the scar, obviously. He hadn't known what it was structurally. He didn't like what the bidirectional implication suggested. "Can I close it?" "Not yet. Possibly later. You'll need to understand the mechanism first." "Add it to the list," Harry said. He stood up, brushed the earth off his hands, and walked home in the early morning light to make breakfast before the Dursleys woke up. The park was quiet behind him. The ley line hummed steadily underfoot. He had, by this point, a very long list of things to understand. He was working through it methodically and he was not, by any reasonable measure, particularly worried about the length of it. The things on it were large but they were legible. They had structure. Anything with structure could be worked with. He was the heir of the man who had built the entire framework. He could work with this. He turned 11 that July, and 4 days later, on a perfectly ordinary Saturday morning that smelled of frying bacon and Aunt Petunia's disapproval, the first letter arrived. He felt it before it came through the letterbox, a pulse through the ley lines, brief and bright, an intentional sending from the distant northern cluster. He was at the kitchen table eating toast and he looked up from his book at the letterbox at precisely the moment a thick cream envelope dropped through it onto the mat. He got there before Dudley, which was easy because Dudley was still on his second plate of sausages and had not yet heard the post arrive. He turned the envelope over. Green ink. His name, his address, his cupboard, and then, on the back, a red wax seal stamped with a crest, a lion, an eagle, a badger, a snake, and a motto he already knew in Latin. Draco dormiens nunquam titilandus. Harry looked at the envelope for a moment. Then he looked at the hallway around him, the aggressively ordinary wallpaper, the family photos in which he did not appear. "All right," he said, quietly. He took his letter back to the kitchen table, sat down, and opened it while his toast went cold and Dudley demanded more sausages and Aunt Petunia stood at the stove with her back to him and her shoulders doing something complicated. He read it through twice. Smiling slightly, with the particular quality of a person who has been waiting for a door to open and, upon finding it open, is not surprised but is nevertheless pleased. "Finally," said the not voice. "I know," Harry said. "Don't get sentimental about it. I've been waiting 1,000 years, give or take. I'm allowed a moment." Dudley finally looked up from his plate and noticed Harry's expression and something about it made him squint uneasily. "What's that?" he asked. "Letter," Harry said. "Who from?" Harry folded it carefully along its original lines and tucked it into the front pocket of his second-hand jeans and looked at his cousin with his gold-green eyes and said, "My school." Dudley stared at him. "You haven't got a school," Dudley said. "I've got one now," said Harry, and went back to his toast. Aunt Petunia's shoulders had gone very still at the stove. She didn't turn around. But Harry thought, very quietly, that if she had, she might have been wearing an expression not entirely unlike relief. The letters kept coming after that. One for every day Vernon burned the previous one, which was entertaining in a detached sort of way. He could feel each arrival through the ley line pulse, a brief bright signal repeated with the determined regularity of an institution that did not intend to be ignored. He'd already responded to the first one from a postbox on the high street. He'd had a quill and a pot of ink in his room since he was 9, because some things you just knew you were going to need, and he assumed the response system was running in parallel, that Hogwarts was receiving his acceptance while simultaneously bombarding the house with increasingly emphatic physical copies. He found the whole thing faintly charming in a bureaucratic sort of way. Vernon's progressively deteriorating mental state he found less charming but more interesting. There was something almost anthropologically fascinating about watching a man's relationship with denial come apart in real time. The drive to a series of increasingly remote hotels and, finally, the island in the middle of nowhere. Harry observed all of this from his particular position of knowing exactly what was coming, which made it considerably less frightening than it would otherwise have been, and somewhat more tedious. The island hut was genuinely cold and smelled of damp and the sleeping arrangements were as bad as advertised, but Harry lay in the dark and listened to the ocean and extended his awareness through the water and the rock beneath and felt the ley current running even here, faint and thin but present, and found it comforting. At midnight, his birthday, technically, he was 11, he lay still and counted the seconds and felt the shift in the current that preceded what was about to arrive. 11 seconds later, the door came off its hinges. Hagrid, when he materialized out of the storm with rain running off his coat and a slightly squashed birthday cake in one enormous hand, was many things at once, a force of nature, a man of genuine warmth, a terrible liar, and someone who was clearly doing his very best in an emotionally complicated situation. Harry liked him immediately and without reservation. He also noticed that Hagrid's eyes went wide when he saw Harry's properly, in the light of the fire he lit, a brief, arrested look, quickly covered, the look of someone who had been told something and found it borne out. "Harry Potter," Hagrid said, with a rumbling gentleness. "Hagrid," Harry said. "I've been expecting you. There's tea on, if you can find a cup that isn't cracked." Hagrid blinked. "You were expecting me?" "More or less. Is the Philosopher's Stone secure, by the way?" "I've been thinking about third-party access vulnerabilities in the current security arrangements and I have some concerns." The silence that followed was, Harry thought, quite eloquent. "What?" said Hagrid. "We can discuss it later," Harry said, because Vernon had just come down the stairs looking approximately murderous and the conversation had a more immediate direction to take first. He sat back and let the evening unfold, eating his slightly lopsided birthday cake with genuine pleasure while Hagrid handled the Dursleys and the storm raged outside and the Knot voice hummed contentedly in the back of his mind like something that had been patient for a very long time and had finally, completely, arrived. Chapter 2, The Weight of Gold. The boat Hagrid had arrived in was not, strictly speaking, seaworthy. Harry assessed this from the shore in the grey pre-dawn light while Hagrid bailed water out of it with a bucket the size of a salad bowl and said things under his breath that were probably not appropriate for 11-year-olds, and concluded that the combination of Hagrid's extraordinary weight, the storm's remnants, and the boat's fundamental structural objections was going to make the crossing to the mainland an experience. He climbed in anyway. The alternative was staying on the rock with the Dursleys, which was not an alternative. "You'll want to hold on," Hagrid said, settling into the stern with a creak that the entire boat felt. "I'll be fine," Harry said, and when the first wave hit and the bow lurched sideways, he put one hand flat on the gunwale and felt the water through it, the current, the depth, the directional pull, and made a very small, very quiet adjustment that was less magic and more conversation, and the boat steadied. Hagrid, who had been gripping the oars with white-knuckled urgency, blinked. "Ha," he said. "Normally this bit's worse." Said Harry, watching the coastline emerge from the mist. They crossed in 40 minutes. Harry spent them listening to Hagrid talk about Hogwarts with the stumbling enthusiasm of someone who loved something so much they could never quite organize the love into sentences, and found himself genuinely moved by it in a way he hadn't expected. He already knew a great deal about Hogwarts from his research, its founding, its location relative to the ley network, its architectural history, but he didn't know what it felt like to someone who'd grown up there, and Hagrid's description was full of feeling in a way that no book could replicate. "It's home," Hagrid said at one point, simply. Harry looked at him. "More than anywhere else." "More than anywhere else." Hagrid's voice had something in it that wasn't sadness exactly but was adjacent to it. "You'll see what I mean when you get there." Harry thought about the ley line cluster he'd felt from the park, that dense, bright, humming chord of ancient magic. He thought about the feeling of recognition that had run through him when he touched it. "I think I might already," he said. They reached London by late morning, and Hagrid proved to be a man who was deeply committed to a particular route through the city regardless of efficiency, which meant they emerged from the underground at a station that required a 20-minute walk to reach the Leaky Cauldron, during which Hagrid attracted significant attention from passers-by who all managed, Harry noticed with interest, to find reasons to look away before they'd fully registered what they were seeing. "Repulsion charm?" Harry asked. Hagrid looked down at him with poorly concealed surprise. "Notice me not, mostly. Standard fare anything magical what has to move through Muggle areas." "Who maintains them?" "The Ministry. Department of Magical Law Enforcement, mostly." "Why?" "Just mapping the infrastructure," Harry said. "Where are the gaps?" Hagrid opened his mouth, apparently thought better of answering, and then opened it again. "You're an unusual kid, Harry, you know that." "I've been told," said Harry. The Leaky Cauldron was dark and low-ceilinged and smelled of old ale and something Harry identified as the particular magical equivalent of old wood, the smell of spells cast so many times in a place that they'd soaked into the walls. He liked it immediately. He also noticed every person who looked up when he walked in, noted the ripple of recognition that went through the room, and kept moving without acknowledging any of it. Tom, the landlord, came out from behind the bar making the specific inarticulate sounds of a man who was trying to simultaneously welcome a celebrity and manage his own emotions, and Harry shook his hand with genuine warmth and said it was nice to meet him and moved on, because the attention was well-meaning but the philosopher's stone was in Gringotts and he had things to do. Diagon Alley hit him like a physical thing. Not the crowds or the noise, those were manageable, but the magic. The density of it, the layering, centuries of wizards living and working and studying in a concentrated space, leaving traces in every brick and beam, and beneath it all the ley current running thick and close, just below the cobblestones. He stopped walking for half a second and just felt it, the way you stop walking when you step into a room with a particularly good view. "All right?" Hagrid asked. "Yes," Harry said. "It's just, a lot." "First time's always something," Hagrid agreed, with obvious pleasure. Harry didn't correct the assumption. He let Hagrid lead him up the alley at whatever pace Hagrid preferred, which was somewhere between a stroll and a forced march depending on how many people stopped them, and absorbed everything with the focused attention of someone who had been preparing for this but understood that preparation and experience were different things. The shop windows. The sounds. The smell of potion ingredients from 3 different apothecaries creating a complex olfactory argument in the street. A small child, 5 or 6, who had apparently made a large frog out of pure frustrated wandless magic and was now being simultaneously praised and scolded by her mother on the pavement outside Madame Malkin's. Harry watched the child with interest. Her magic was spontaneous and vivid and completely unrefined, a burst of genuine feeling given shape, and it was beautiful in the way that all genuinely unself-conscious things are beautiful. He thought about himself at 5, moving things without knowing why. He thought about the difference between that and what he was now, and felt, not for the first time, a complicated emotion that was part gratitude and part something more like loneliness, the specific loneliness of having grown past a thing before you'd had a chance to simply be it. "Don't get maudlin," the Knot voice said, not unkindly. "I'm not," Harry said, under his breath. "What's that?" Hagrid asked. "Nothing. Is Gringotts up ahead?" Gringotts sat at the end of the alley like a statement of intent, white marble and absolute confidence, the architecture of something that expected to be here long after everything around it had been replaced twice. Harry stood in front of it for a moment and looked at the warning carved above the doors, the one about seeking untold gold and ending as meat and bone, and thought it was excellent copywriting. The first goblin they encountered inside took one look at Harry and stopped doing what it was doing. Not a dramatic stop, a subtle one, the kind where the body goes still while the mind catches up. Harry met its eyes, amber dark, sharp, very old in the way that suggested a species whose relationship with time was different from humans, and held the look without aggression but without deference either. The goblin said something in gobbledygook that Harry mostly followed. He'd been studying it from a linguistics text he'd found, which had been written by a wizard who'd clearly had limited access to actual goblins and consequently got several things wrong, but the basic structure was workable. He replied in kind, haltingly but correctly enough that it mattered. The goblin's expression shifted into something that wasn't quite a smile but was in the neighborhood of respect. It spoke again, more carefully this time, in a gobbledygook that accommodated his limited vocabulary, and what it said was essentially, "You're not what we were told to expect." "No," Harry agreed, in English, because the conversation was easier that way and he didn't want to be performing. "I imagine not." Hagrid, beside him, was doing something interesting with his face that suggested he was trying to look like he had understood what just happened. The business of accessing his vault was straightforward. The cart ride was exactly as violent as advertised. Harry enjoyed it with the uncomplicated enthusiasm of someone who found high speed and the smell of deep earth genuinely pleasing, and the vault, when it opened, was full of more money than Harry had ever contemplated, which he absorbed with the equanimity of someone who had decided, approximately 2 years ago, that money was a tool and not a definition. He took what he needed. He also, while Hagrid was counting coins with the focused concentration of a man who was making sure he got it right, pressed one hand against the vault wall for a moment and felt the depth beneath it, layer after layer, other vaults, some of them very old, and below them the rock, and below the rock the ley current, and somewhere down there, in a current that was darker than the others and moved wrong, he pulled his hand back. "Hagrid," he said, "is there anything else of mine here? Beyond this vault?" Hagrid, without looking up from the coins, said, "There might be another vault, yeah. Family vault. Hasn't been accessed in a very long time, not since, well." He looked up. "Professor Dumbledore thought it best to leave it until you were older." Harry thought about a family vault that hadn't been accessed in a very long time by a family that no one in Diagon Alley seemed to know had existed. "I'd like to access it," he said. "Harry, I don't know if I'd like to access it today," Harry said, not sharply, just clearly, with the particular quality of someone stating a fact rather than making a request. Hagrid looked at him. He had the expression of a man who had been told to expect an 11-year-old and had been given something considerably more difficult to manage, and was doing his best with the situation. "Right," he said. "I'll have to ask." The goblin whose authority apparently covered very old family accounts was named Ragnarok, and he received them in an office on the 3rd floor that smelled of old paper and metal and something Harry identified as the byproduct of a specific type of warding spell, the kind that reacted to bloodline authentication rather than key. Ragnarok looked at Harry for a long time without speaking. Harry looked back, comfortable in the silence. "You know what you're asking about," Ragnarok said. "Not a question." "I know some of it," Harry said honestly. "I'd like to know more." "The Emery's vault," Ragnarok said, "has been sealed for 412 years by Bloodline ward. No key. The ward is authenticated by direct descent through the primary line only. We have had," he paused, 17 claimants in that period. None of them opened it. "How does the authentication work?" Harry asked. Ragnarok reached under his desk and produced a small flat disk of dark stone, featureless except for a slight depression in the center. He placed it on the desk between them. "Place your hand on it," he said. Harry placed his hand on it. The reaction was immediate and unambiguous. The disk lit from within with a warm gold-silver light, the same color as Harry's eyes in direct sunlight, and Ragnarok sat back in his chair with an expression that was the closest thing to impressed Harry had seen on a goblin's face. "Well," Ragnarok said. "Well," Harry agreed. Hagrid, from his chair in the corner, which had been complaining audibly about the wait since he sat down, said, "Blimey," very quietly. The cart ride to the Emery's vault took 12 minutes and went so deep that the air changed temperature twice and the quality of the rock around them shifted from the ordinary geological to something that Harry's perception identified as deliberately constructed, not natural cavern but designed space, shaped by intent rather than erosion. The vault door was not the standard Gringotts iron. It was dark stone carved with a pattern he recognized from Mrs. Aldworth's books, a knotwork design that was simultaneously decorative and structural, the lines of it following the same logic as ley line mapping. He placed his hand on the door. It opened without sound. He'd expected books. He found books, dozens of them, some in cases, some loose, some in languages he'd need time to work through, but he'd also not expected the scope of everything else. A wand-making kit so old the wood of the case had gone completely black. 3 sealed vials of something that glowed with a faint internal light very different from the one he'd drunk in the cupboard. A rolled set of maps that were, when he carefully unfurled the topmost, the ley line network, the real one, complete, annotated in Merlin's own hand in a shorthand that was half symbol and half a language Harry didn't have yet but felt the shape of. A small bronze mirror. Several items whose purpose he couldn't immediately identify. A letter, sealed, addressed in old ink to the heir, whensoever they come. He picked up the letter. "Can I have a few minutes?" he said. Hagrid retreated to a respectful distance. Ragnarok, who Harry suspected understood what was happening better than Hagrid did, simply turned and walked back toward the cart without being asked. Harry broke the seal. The letter was 3 pages, written in a hand that was deliberate but not slow, the writing of someone who thought faster than they wrote and had made peace with that. It was in Middle English primarily, with occasional lapses into what Harry now recognized as the base magical language, a hybrid document, a personal document, written by someone who was writing for a reader rather than for posterity. It started, "If you're reading this, the blood held." Good. I wasn't entirely sure it would. Harry sat on the floor of the vault with his back against the dark stone wall and read all 3 pages. When he finished he sat still for a moment. Then he folded the letter very carefully, tucked it into his inside pocket next to the Hogwarts letter, and stood up. "Okay," he said, to the vault, to the not voice that was humming very quietly at the back of his mind with something that felt remarkably like emotion. "Okay. I understand." He took the maps, the sealed vials, the letter, and one of the books, the one that was annotated in the same hand as the letter, which he identified as a personal journal by the density and informality of the writing. He left the rest. He'd come back. He walked out of the vault and the door sealed behind him, and he felt, very precisely, the ley line below him pulse once in acknowledgement. He didn't say anything to Hagrid about the contents of the letter. It wasn't the right time and Hagrid wasn't the right audience. He filed it in the category of things he would process later, privately, and turned his attention to the rest of the day. Madame Malkin's was efficient. Harry stood on the fitting stool and let the tape measure do what tape measures did in magical tailoring establishments, and Madame Malkin, who was brisk and professional and made a very clear point of not staring at his eyes, produced robes that fitted correctly and were made of better fabric than anything Harry had ever worn in his life. There was a boy already being fitted when they arrived, blond, upright, with the posture of someone who'd been taught that posture communicated status, wearing robes that were already clearly expensive. He assessed Harry with the automatic social calculus of someone who had been raised to categorize people on first contact and said, without introduction, "Hogwarts." "Yes," Harry said. "First year?" "Yes." "Do you know what house you'll be in?" Harry thought about the castle he'd felt through the ley lines. He thought about the not voice's quiet certainty. He thought about himself. "Gryffindor," he said. The blond boy's mouth curved in something that wasn't quite a sneer, too considered for that, too deliberate. "The Slytherin families have a saying about Gryffindors. Do you want to hear it?" "Not particularly," Harry said pleasantly. A brief pause. Something shifted in the boy's expression, not offense, exactly. More like recalibration. "I'm Draco Malfoy," he said. Harry recognized the name immediately. It placed itself in his mental map of wizarding families and politics and the specific post-Voldemort social architecture he'd been building from everything he'd read. Malfoy. Old family. Money. A father who had been a Death Eater and had convinced people he hadn't been, and convinced himself he'd convinced them. "Harry," he said. "Nice to meet you." He deliberately didn't give a surname. The omission landed visibly. Draco's eyes went to Harry's forehead before he caught himself, which told Harry that Draco had been briefed on who he was looking for and the briefing had involved the scar. "Potter," Draco said. "Certainty, not question." "My father says you'll be important," Draco said. He was watching Harry with something that was more complex than Harry had expected, not just sizing up but something more private, something almost hungry. "He says the whole world's going to be watching you." "That sounds exhausting," Harry said. "It sounds like an opportunity," Draco said. Harry looked at him for a moment, the careful composure, the trained confidence that was doing its job but not without effort, the something underneath that Draco hadn't been taught to hide because no one had expected it to be visible. He saw a boy who had been given a role and had practiced the role so thoroughly he sometimes forgot there was anything underneath it. "It's nice to meet you, Draco," Harry said, with genuine warmth, and meant it in a way that Draco clearly hadn't anticipated, because it threw him slightly. He didn't pursue it. He paid Madame Malkin for his robes and left. The bookshop was Flourish and Blots, and Harry spent an hour there that was the closest thing to personal bliss he'd experienced in Diagon Alley. He got everything on the list. He also got 14 other books that weren't on the list, including 2 that were behind the counter and required him to have a specific conversation with the shop owner about access, which he handled by explaining precisely which texts he was supplementing and why, and the shop owner, whose name was Archibald and who was clearly starving for a customer who could discuss his inventory intelligently, went into the back and produced both books from personal stock and charged him wholesale. He bought a small, excellent quality notebook from the stationery section that he planned to use for cross-referencing the maps from the vault with the ley line data he'd already compiled. He bought a brass compass. He bought a book in Old French that wasn't on any magical curriculum but referenced Merlin's early work in a way that 3 other sources had cited without providing original context. Hagrid found him at a corner table in the back of the shop making notes from the first page of the old French book with a quill he produced from somewhere in his jacket, and Hagrid looked at him with the expression of a man confronting something that was technically within his expected parameters but felt morally surprising. "Done shopping?" Hagrid asked. "For books. Still need the wand." Ollivander's was exactly as described in every account Harry had read of it, narrow, dusty, silent in the way of places where significant things happen and have happened for a long time. The boxes stacked to the ceiling. The single chair. The quality of the light that was somehow both inadequate and absolutely appropriate. Ollivander himself emerged from between two towers of boxes with the unhurried certainty of a man who existed partly outside normal time, and stopped when he saw Harry, and was still. Not the polite stillness of someone being professional. The genuine stillness of someone who had just encountered something unexpected. "Harry Potter," he said, in a voice like old parchment. "Mr. Ollivander," Harry said. Ollivander walked toward him slowly, looking at him in the way of someone who was reading rather than simply seeing, and stopped 2 feet away and said, "Your eyes are wrong." "They changed," Harry said, without defensiveness. "Changed," Ollivander repeated, as if he were tasting the word. "Not wrong, then." "Changed." He tilted his head. "How old were you?" 8. Ollivander was quiet for a moment. Then he said, very carefully, "Do you know what you are?" "Mostly," Harry said. "What does Dumbledore know?" "Nothing, as far as I can tell. He sent Hagrid to collect me, not himself." "He'll figure it out quickly," Ollivander said. "He's not a stupid man." "I know. And then he'll want to," Ollivander paused. Reconsidered. "He manages things," he said, finally. "It's his nature. He means well by it." "I know that too," Harry said. Ollivander looked at him for a long moment with his pale, moon-like eyes. Then something decided in his expression and he turned and went into the stacks. "Your mother," he said, his voice drifting back from between boxes, "had one of the finest cores I ever matched. Willow and phoenix feather." The phoenix in question gave only 2 feathers total. The other, as you may have been told, ended up in the wand of, well, the wand that gave you that scar. He reappeared with a box. "Try this. Holly and phoenix. Standard test first." Harry took it. The wand did nothing. He had expected this. He could feel that it wasn't right in the way that you can feel when a key doesn't fit a lock before you've tried to turn it. "No," said Ollivander, and took it back. Went back into the stacks. 7 wands later, none of them right, Ollivander had gone quiet in a way that Harry recognized as a man rethinking his approach. He stood in the middle of his shop with his hands clasped and looked at Harry and said, "Standard cores are not going to work, are they?" "Probably not," Harry agreed. "What do you think you need?" Ollivander asked. And it wasn't condescending, it was a genuine question, the question of a craftsman consulting his client. Harry extended his senses quietly, into the shop, through the stacks of boxes, feeling the cores as points of resonance within the ambient magic. Phoenix feather bright and proud. Dragon heartstring hot and direct. Unicorn hair steady and silver. And then, further back, something that wasn't any of those. Something old. Something that resonated at exactly the frequency of the coal in his chest and the ley lines beneath his feet and the voice that sounded like a library on fire. "There's something in the back," Harry said. "On the left side, top shelf. Something you haven't used in a long time." Ollivander's expression was extraordinary. He went to the back. He came back with a box that was different from the others, darker wood, older, the label on it faded past reading. He opened it with a reverence that was not performance. Inside was a wand of dark hue, 11 inches, with a grain that twisted slightly along its length in a way that suggested the wood had been old when it was cut. "That core," Ollivander said, "is a fragment of the heartwood of a rowan tree that grew at the site of Glastonbury for approximately 800 years before it fell. I acquired it from an estate sale in 1903 and I have never been able to match it to a wizard. Not once, in 60 years of practice. Harry picked it up. He didn't do anything with it. He didn't try. He simply held it, and the warmth in his chest expanded until it occupied his entire body, and the ley lines beneath the shop sang one clear note, and every wand box in Ollivander's moved slightly, simultaneously, as if something had passed through the room. Hagrid made a sound in the doorway. Ollivander was very still. "You and Rowan Hartwood," he said, very quietly. 11 inches. "And it matches like it's known you since before you were born." "Since before I was born," Harry agreed. "More or less." Ollivander looked at him with those pale eyes for a long moment. Then he said, "You're going to be very different from what everyone is expecting." "I know. Is that going to be a problem?" Harry thought about Dumbledore, managing things. He thought about the wizarding world's elaborate mythology around his own name and how precisely none of it matched his actual life. He thought about Voldemort in the dark, reduced but present, with a connection running through the scar on his forehead in both directions. "Only for the people who expect the wrong thing," he said. Ollivander made a sound that might have been a laugh. 7 galleons, he said. "And Mr. Potter, be careful with him." He nodded at the wand. "Not because he might hurt you. But because he feels things rather than just channeling them, and wands that feel things sometimes surprise even their owners." "I'll keep that in mind," Harry said, and paid. Hagrid took him for ice cream afterward at Florian Fortescue's, which Harry hadn't known he needed until he was sitting in front of a bowl of something with raspberries and cream and the September sun was hitting the cobblestones of Diagon Alley at an angle that made the whole place glow, and Hagrid was telling him about his first year at Hogwarts with the unguarded warmth of someone telling a story they love. Harry listened and ate his ice cream and felt something that was new and very simple: he was somewhere he was supposed to be. Not yet Hogwarts, not yet the full weight of everything the letter in his pocket meant, but in the general vicinity of his real life, and the real life was large and complicated and full of things he was going to have to handle, but it was real in a way that Privet Drive had never been. "Hagrid," he said, between bites. "Did Dumbledore tell you anything specific about what you were coming to collect?" Hagrid scratched the back of his neck. "Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Needed to introduce ye to the magical world, get ye settled." "Did he say anything about what I might be like?" "Well, he said you'd probably have a lot of questions," Hagrid offered. "That's accurate," Harry agreed. "Did he say anything about," he gestured at his own eyes. "No," Hagrid said, slowly. "No, he didn't. Though I'll be honest with ye, Harry, seein' ye in person you're not exactly what I pictured." He said it with something like wonder rather than unease. "I thought I'd be meeting a kid who'd never heard of magic and didn't know what he was." "And you're—" He trailed off. "I've been doing some reading," Harry said. "Some reading," Hagrid repeated, with the tone of a man who suspected this was an understatement. "Quite a lot of reading," Harry amended. Hagrid looked at him with the straightforward affection of someone who had decided, in fairly short order, that he was extremely fond of this particular child and wasn't going to overthink it. "Hogwarts is gonna be somethin' for ye," he said. "I expect so," Harry said. He finished his ice cream. The afternoon was warm. Somewhere above them, a white owl circled the alley twice and then settled on the eave of Elop's Owl Emporium and regarded him with the direct, assessing stare of something that had already decided he was interesting. Harry went and bought the owl and named her Hedwig because the name arrived fully formed the moment he looked at her, and she accepted the name with the dignity of someone who had been waiting for it. Professor Dumbledore came to number 4 Privet Drive on a Thursday. Harry knew he was coming because the ley line pulse that preceded deliberate magical travel had a slightly different signature than the one preceding standard post, and Dumbledore's specific magical signature, enormous, ancient, complexly layered, the magical equivalent of a cathedral organ, was not something you could mistake for anything else once you'd felt it. He was in the back garden reading when Dumbledore knocked on the front door. He heard Aunt Petunia open it, heard the brief complicated silence that preceded her stepping aside, and sat still and finished his paragraph before going in. Dumbledore was in the sitting room. He had taken the armchair, which was either instinct or deliberate positioning, and he looked exactly like his photographs in the books Harry had read, long silver beard, half-moon glasses, robes of deep blue, and eyes that were very blue and very sharp and were currently fixed on Harry with an expression that cycled rapidly through several things before settling on something carefully composed. "Harry," he said warmly. "I've been very much looking forward to meeting you." "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said. "Can I get you tea?" "That would be lovely." Harry made tea in the kitchen with the focused efficiency of someone who was giving himself 45 seconds to decide how to handle the next 20 minutes, and came back with 2 cups and set them on the coffee table and sat in the other chair and waited. Dumbledore looked at him over his half-moon glasses. Harry looked back. "You're not what I expected," Dumbledore said, after a moment, with a directness that Harry appreciated. "So I've heard," Harry said. "What were you expecting?" "A child who would need guidance and context and a gentle introduction to what he is." He picked up his tea. "What I am looking at appears to already have context." "I've been reading," Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes moved to Harry's, to the gold-shifting color of them, and held there for a fraction longer than casual observation, and Harry felt, distinctly, the careful touch of legitimacy at the edges of his mind. Not invasive, more like someone testing a lock to see if it was locked. He let Dumbledore find the surface. The lock, beneath it, was extremely locked. Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression. Not surprise, exactly. More the look of someone whose assessment has been confirmed in a direction they weren't certain about. "A clemency," Dumbledore said. "At 11. The mind is like any other space," Harry said. "You either maintain it or you don't." "Indeed." Dumbledore set his cup down. "Harry, I wonder if we might speak frankly." "I'd prefer it," Harry said. "What do you know about the night your parents died?" "I know you placed me here afterward," Harry said. "I know the blood protection in my mother's sacrifice was tied to proximity to a blood relative. I know the arrangement was protective but that it was also convenient for other reasons, and that those other reasons weren't necessarily prioritized around my well-being." The sitting room was very quiet. "That is," Dumbledore said carefully, "a more complete understanding than I anticipated." "Is it wrong?" A pause. "Not entirely." "I'm not angry about it," Harry said, which was true. "I understand the logic. The protection worked. But I want you to understand something, Professor." He held Dumbledore's gaze with his gold-green eyes and said it simply, without heat, "I'm not going to be managed. I'm going to be a student at Hogwarts and I'm going to learn what I need to learn and I'm going to take whatever is coming. But the decisions about my life are mine." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. Then, with the expression of a man who had lived 150 years and was encountering something genuinely new, he said, "You remind me, very strongly, of someone I knew a very long time ago." "I know," Harry said. The silence after that was different. More comfortable, somehow. Two people who understood each other's position. "I will be watching over you," Dumbledore said, and it was an honest statement, not a manipulative one. "I know," Harry said again. "That's all right." He refilled the professor's tea and they discussed the upcoming school year, and Dumbledore asked questions that were intelligent and specific and Harry answered honestly within the bounds of what he'd decided to share, and it was not entirely unlike a chess game between two players who respected each other's pieces. When Dumbledore left, he stood at the gate for a moment and looked back at Harry, who was standing in the doorway. "The Philosopher's Stone," he said, quietly. "You mentioned it to Hagrid." "The third-floor corridor is not adequately secured," Harry said. "A motivated adult wizard with competent transfiguration skills could be through it in an afternoon." Dumbledore's expression was extraordinary. "I will take that under advisement," he said, and walked away up Privet Drive, and was gone. Aunt Petunia appeared at Harry's shoulder. "Was that," she started. "Yes," Harry said. She was quiet for a moment. Are you going to be all right? He looked at her, surprised by the question. Yes, he said. I really think I am. She nodded, once, and went back to the kitchen, and Harry stayed in the doorway and watched the empty street and felt the ley line beneath it humming steadily and thought about September 1st, and the castle on the cliff, and everything waiting to begin. Chapter 3, The sorting. The 1st of September arrived the way significant days often do, looking exactly like an ordinary morning until it didn't. Harry was up at 5, which was habit rather than nerves, and spent the early hours in the back garden with his hands in the earth and his awareness spread through the ley network, running a last survey of everything he'd mapped over the past 3 years. It was the kind of thing you did before leaving somewhere, not because the information would change, but because the act of checking was itself a kind of goodbye. He'd spent more time in that garden with his hands in the dirt and his mind in the deep current than he'd spent doing almost anything else, and there was something worth acknowledging in that, even if only to himself. Hedwig watched him from the fence with her characteristic expression of refined patience. Ready? He asked her. She blinked. It was the blink of someone who had been ready considerably longer than you had and found the question slightly unnecessary. He was back inside by 6, trunk packed and sitting by the cupboard door. He'd packed with the focused economy of someone who thought about what things were for rather than what they represented, clothes that fitted, books he'd need, the vault items stored carefully in a moleskin pouch he'd found in Diagon Alley that expanded considerably beyond its apparent dimensions. The maps from Merlin's vault were in a separate tube, spelled with a basic preservation charm he'd worked out from the journal. Hedwig's cage. His new wand in his inside pocket, where it had sat since the day he bought it, warm against his ribs. The Dursleys were still asleep when he came downstairs. He made himself breakfast, proper breakfast, eggs and toast and the last of the orange juice, and ate it at the kitchen table in the early quiet and felt the house around him in the particular way he'd felt it since the potion, the slow breathing of the walls, the domestic residue of a decade of living. He'd thought he might feel something specific this morning. Relief, or triumph, or grief. Instead he felt mostly clear, the particular clearness of a surface that has been cleaned rather than one that was always clean, the knowledge of exactly what had been there before. He washed his plate. He left a note on the table that said thank you for the roof, because it was the truest thing he could say and he believed in accuracy. He picked up his trunk, called Hedwig down from the fence, and walked out the front door of number 4, Privet Drive at 6:45 in the morning without looking back. Mrs. Figg was on her front step with a cup of tea, which was either coincidence or wasn't. Off you go, then, she said, with a warmth she'd never allowed herself when the Dursleys were watching. You've been watching out for me, Harry said, stopping at her gate. It wasn't accusatory. Just a thing he'd known for a while and hadn't said. She looked at him, and behind her eyes was something that was simultaneously guilt and genuine affection. For what it was worth, she said. It was worth something, Harry said honestly. Tell Dumbledore I said hello. She made a sound like a surprised laugh and then covered it. He nodded to her and kept walking, and he felt her watching him until he turned the corner onto the high street to find his way to King's Cross. Platform 9 3/4 was exactly what it was, a thing that existed in the space between the ordinary and the extraordinary, requiring a running start and the particular quality of not quite belief that was less faith and more permission. Harry found the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 and assessed it with his senses before walking through it, feeling the ward structure built into the brickwork, the way it filtered for magical presence rather than simply magical intent. He walked through at a moderate pace without any theatrical commitment to it because the barrier didn't actually require theater, just the right kind of attention. On the other side, the Hogwarts Express was waiting. It was red. Magnificently, unreasonably red, the red of something that understood its own iconography and had decided to commit to it fully. The steam it breathed drifted down the platform in the morning light and the smell of it was coal and metal and the specific anticipatory energy of several hundred young people about to do something that mattered. Harry stood on the platform for a moment and just looked. The Knot voice was quiet. It did that, sometimes, went still at moments of genuine feeling rather than filling the space. He appreciated that about it. He found a compartment near the middle of the train that was empty and stowed his trunk and sat with Hedwig's cage on the seat beside him and watched the platform through the window as it filled. Families. Children with trolleys that wouldn't steer properly. A red-haired family that arrived in a controlled explosion of noise and enthusiasm, 6 or 7 of them, Harry counted, at least 4 clearly students, one woman who moved through the chaos with the ease of someone who had been at the center of large events so long she'd stopped noticing it. A round-faced boy went past the compartment door 3 times looking increasingly distressed about something. On his 4th pass, Harry opened the door. "Have you lost something?" he asked. The boy stopped. He had the expression of someone who expected to be ignored and wasn't sure what to do with being noticed. "My toad," he said. "His name's Trevor. He gestured vaguely at the concept of disappearing. "Platform's mostly sealed once the train's moving," Harry said. "He'll be somewhere in this carriage. Check under the seats in the 2 compartments down that way, there's a warm air vent under the left bench in the second one, and animals tend to find it." The boy stared at him. "How do you know that?" Harry tapped the window frame. "I can feel the vent from here. The warm current. Go check." The boy, Neville, he'd said his name was, when Harry asked, went to check. He came back 2 minutes later with a toad cupped in both hands and an expression of such transparent relief and gratitude that Harry felt something warm and uncomplicated. "Thank you," Neville said. "Really. My gran would have, she already thinks I'm hopeless." "You found him," Harry said. "You can tell her you tracked him down." Neville looked at him with the slightly wondering expression of someone being offered a small practical gift they hadn't expected. "I didn't, though." You knew where to look," Harry said. "That's the same thing." Neville sat down across from him, because the conversation had reached the point where sitting down was the natural next step, and they talked with the easy directness of 2 people who don't yet have any complicated history between them. Neville was from a wizarding family, he explained, Longbottom, old name, grandmother who had very high expectations about the magical legacy they represented. He'd been having trouble with accidental magic, the right kind, the kind that suggested power rather than just nervousness. "What kind of trouble?" Harry asked. Neville looked at his hands. "It doesn't really, I mean, when I'm frightened it happens. Plants mostly. Things grow. But when I try to do it on purpose it's like," he made a frustrated gesture. "Like trying to catch water." Harry looked at him with the full attention of someone who found this genuinely interesting rather than just socially obligatory. "Is the growth fast when it happens?" "Really fast. Once I made the whole garden bloom in about a minute. Gran thought it was brilliant. I just thought it was because I was scared of her." He said the last part with a self-deprecating humor that didn't quite hide the accuracy underneath it. Harry had felt, since the potion, the way that magical aptitude was like a seed, its shape determined what it could grow into, but the growing was a separate thing, dependent on conditions and direction. Neville had, even in this brief conversation, given him the clear impression of enormous seed potential in genuinely poor soil, and the poor soil was almost entirely structural rather than personal. He said, "The reason it works when you're frightened is because fear removes the thing that's stopping it. It's not the fear that does the magic. The magic's already there. You're just getting out of your own way." Neville looked at him. "How do you get out of your own way on purpose?" "That's the actual question, isn't it?" Harry said, with a grin that was genuine. "I'll think about how to explain it properly and get back to you." Neville laughed, small and surprised, and looked considerably less like a boy waiting for something to go wrong. The girl arrived 30 minutes out of London. She knocked on the compartment door with the crisp efficiency of someone who had already knocked on several others and had a specific purpose, and opened it before Harry had finished saying "Come in." "Have either of you seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville has lost." She stopped. Looked at Neville. Looked at the toad. "Oh. You found him." "Sort of," Neville said. The girl, she introduced herself as Hermione Granger, name delivered with the precision of someone who expected to be asked to repeat it and had decided to preempt the problem, settled herself in the compartment with the ease of someone who moved into spaces at the speed of purpose, and took them both in with the focused, categorizing intelligence of someone who read people the same way she read books, which was to say extremely quickly and with retention. Her eyes landed on Harry's, as they always did, and unlike most people she didn't look away. She looked, if anything, more sharply. "Your eyes are a really unusual color," she said. "Not rude, just observational." "I know," Harry said. "Is it hereditary or—" She stopped herself. "Sorry, that was probably rude. I'm working on not asking the first question I think of." "It's not rude," Harry said. "Hereditary in a complicated sense." "What does that mean?" He liked her. It was immediate and specific, the particular liking you feel for someone who asks the follow-up question rather than accepting the deflection, who is visibly more interested in what's true than in what's comfortable. He'd met almost no one in his 11 years who operated that way, and it turned out it felt very good. "Long answer," he said. "Do you want the short version or the real one?" She sat forward slightly. "The real one." He gave her enough of it, the bloodline, the awakening, what Merlin was in terms of historical and magical record, the ley lines. He was precise and fairly brief, and he watched her process it with the specific pleasure of watching someone genuinely intelligent encounter genuinely interesting information. When he finished she was quiet for about 15 seconds, which he suspected was a relatively long silence for her. She said, "that's not in any of the standard wizarding history books." "No. It's in some fairly obscure ones." "Which ones?" He told her. She produced a small notebook from somewhere in her robes and wrote them down. "You've read them already," he said, recognizing the quality of her notation. "Not those specifically. But I've read everything on the first-year book list 3 times and most of the supplementary reading recommended in Hogwarts, a history." She said this with the slight defensive energy of someone who expected to be teased about it. "How was the third read-through different from the first?" Harry asked. She blinked. "What? When you reread something, what are you looking for? What's different in the third pass?" She stared at him. Then something lit up in her face that was absolutely nothing like the guarded social performance of earlier, just pure genuine delight at being asked exactly the right question. "The third read is where you start seeing the arguments rather than just the information," she said. "On the first read you're taking in what it says. The second read you're fact-checking against other things you know. The third read you're asking what it's claiming versus what it's proving." "Yes," Harry said, with the satisfaction of someone who had just found the specific word they'd been looking for. "Exactly that." Neville was watching both of them with the expression of someone watching a very fast ball game and not entirely following the score but finding it undeniably entertaining. Hermione looked at Harry with an expression that was, he thought, probably the closest she came to disarmed. "You're 11, she said. "Unfortunately," he agreed. She laughed. It was a real one, unplanned, a little surprised, completely different from the careful social laugh she'd offered Neville's Toad story earlier. They talked for the rest of the journey. Neville joined in more as the miles passed, finding his footing in the conversation with the tentative incrementalism of someone trying the temperature of water before committing to the pool, and by the time the hills of Scotland appeared in the windows he was contributing fully, his sentences gaining length and confidence in real time. Harry noticed this and didn't draw attention to it. He just made space for it, in the way he'd learned in the library with Mrs. Aldworth, the quiet, unglamorous work of simply treating someone like their words were worth listening to. The boats across the lake were Hagrid's domain, and Harry was in the last boat, which he arranged deliberately so he could be at the back and look at the castle's full approach across the water. He had felt it from Privet Drive. He had traced its magical signature through the ley network for 3 years. He had read every architectural and historical account he could find. None of it prepared him for what it looked like reflected in the lake at night, every window lit, every tower distinct against the sky, the whole thing so enormous and so old and so completely and specifically itself that it felt less like seeing a building and more like hearing a piece of music you'd known the score of for years but had never heard performed. He pressed his palm flat against the side of the boat and felt the castle through the water and the rock beneath it. And the castle felt back. It was not like the garden. It was not like the oak tree or the ley line or the vault. Those had all been impressions, textures, echoes of old presence. This was a response. Deliberate and warm and almost amused, in the way that something ancient sometimes finds the urgency of the young quietly funny, not condescending, just the humor of perspective. Oh, the castle said, in the way that stone says things, which is with feeling rather than words. There you are. Here I am, Harry said back. Hagrid, in the lead boat, called something about keeping their heads down for the vine curtain, and Harry ducked and the castle swept over him and they were through into the underground harbor, and he sat in the boat in the torchlit dark with the water still around them and felt the foundations of Hogwarts in every direction, deep and layered and completely extraordinary. I know this place, said the Not voice, with a warmth that was different from its usual tone. More personal. I helped build it. Harry said nothing to this. He filed it with the letter from the vault and the conversation with Dumbledore and the feeling of the wand in his hand and added it to the architecture of everything that was becoming clear. The entrance hall was torches and stone and the audible reaction of several hundred 11-year-olds confronting the scale of the place all at once. Professor McGonagall was waiting for them, and she was exactly what she looked like, precise and contained and deeply, genuinely invested in the institution she served, with the kind of integrity that came from caring more about what was right than what was easy. Harry liked her immediately. She gave the speech about the houses and what they represented with the practiced fluency of someone who'd given it many times and still believed every word, which he respected. Around him, his new cohort vibrated with the particular combination of wonder and terror that first nights generated. He felt mostly calm. Not the false calm of suppression, the real kind, the kind that comes from having thought about a thing enough times that it's no longer frightening, just interesting. The ghosts arrived with their theatrical timing and the first years scattered in predictable ways and the ghost that called itself nearly headless Nick sailed through Harry's shoulder and slowed, surprised, and turned to look at him with the translucent astonishment of something that had been dead for 5 centuries encountering a resonance it recognized. Well, the ghost said, under his breath, losing his cheerful speech entirely. Good evening, Harry said. The ghost stared. Then, with the expression of someone making a very fast social recovery, collected himself and continued down the line. Harry saw him exchange a rapid glance with the fat friar and something pass between them that was clearly recognition-based. Word was going to travel quickly among the castle's resident spirits. He'd expected that. McGonagall returned and led them to the great hall and the sorting began. Harry stood in the line with the other first years and looked at the enchanted ceiling, the night sky above, real stars, and the quality of the magic in it was Rowena Ravenclaw's. He could feel it, that particular elegant efficiency, and at the 4 long tables and the hundreds of faces turned toward the hat, and felt the hall as part of the larger whole, connected to the foundations, connected to the rock, connected to the ley current, everything singing at once. He watched the sorting with genuine interest. Hermione went to Gryffindor, which the hat decided in about 4 seconds, and she sat down with a visible exhale of relief. Neville went to Gryffindor too, and the hat's certainty seemed to surprise him. Draco Malfoy went to Slytherin in the specific way that suggested the hat had not needed to deliberate. Then, Potter, Harry. The hall went strange. It wasn't silent, there was whispering, the rustling of hundreds of people straightening to look, but the ambient magical resonance of the room shifted, like a string that had been plucked. He walked to the stool with the easy pace of someone who wasn't performing composure and sat down and the hat came down over his eyes and he was in the dark. The hat was a consciousness. Not a person, not a ghost, something older and stranger, a concentrated intelligence that had been sorting human minds since the 10th century and had encountered approximately everything a human mind could contain. He felt it begin its assessment. Then he felt it stop. The pause lasted about 2 seconds, which, from what he'd observed of previous sortings, was already unusually long. Oh, said the hat, and it sounded remarkably like the castle had sounded. That's, well. I haven't, give me a moment. Harry sat comfortably and let it have its moment. Gryffindor, he thought at it, since the hat appeared to be processing rather than deciding. Yes, yes, I know, it said, with a somewhat flustered quality that he hadn't expected from it. Don't rush me. I'm trying to map you properly and you're not straightforward. You have the courage, obviously, but it's not Gryffindor's kind, it's something older, the kind that doesn't come from defying fear but from genuinely not having the relevant fear to begin with, which is a different thing entirely. It shuffled through his mental architecture with the careful attention of something that was genuinely curious. And you have Ravenclaw's intellect, obviously, and the drive to match it. And there's a Hufflepuff quality in your loyalty, not weakness, the real thing, the kind that holds when it's costly. And the Slytherin ambition is there, but it's aimed at something so large and specific that it doesn't look like ambition from the outside. Where do I belong? Harry asked. Everywhere and nowhere is the unhelpful answer, the hat said. But you chose Hogwarts, and within Hogwarts you'll need a home, and a home has to be one thing. So. He felt it settle, make its decision. You know, I've been doing this for 1,000 years and I've sorted precisely 2 students who gave me this kind of difficulty. The first one built this castle. Harry felt something move through him that was warmer than warmth. Gryffindor, the hat called. The table on the left erupted. Harry lifted the hat off, handed it back to McGonagall, who was looking at him with an expression that she was working to keep professionally neutral and not entirely succeeding, and walked to the Gryffindor table. Hermione moved along the bench to make room for him. Neville, on her other side, was grinning. 7 minutes, the red-haired twin closest to him said. Percy Weasley almost fainted. George, don't, the other twin started. Fred, the first twin corrected. How can you tell? Harry asked. We can't, they said, simultaneously, and both of them grinned at him with the identical brightness of people who had just found someone worth being interesting around. Harry grinned back. The feast was magnificent. Harry ate with real appetite and real pleasure and let the conversations around him run without forcing them, because the Gryffindor table was doing the thing that tables do after a sorting itself, the social architecture of a year group establishing its shape while everyone pretended not to be doing it. He met Ron Weasley properly. Hermione introduced them, somewhat formally, with the slight excess of social intention of someone who had decided that introductions were important and was going to do them correctly. Ron was one of the 6 or 7 red-haired Weasleys and had the straightforward directness of someone who had grown up in a large family and long since stopped wasting time on pretense. You were under the hat for ages, Ron said. It's thorough, Harry said. Mine took about 10 seconds. It knew immediately that you were brave, Harry said, which was simply what he thought and was true. Ron blinked. Then the faintly guarded look he'd been wearing since they sat down loosened slightly. The twins said they timed you at 7 minutes. The hat had strong opinions, Harry said. About what? Harry smiled and reached for more potatoes. Ron laughed despite himself. Percy's going to ask you about it. He's house prefect and he takes that extremely seriously. I'll be very respectful, Harry said. Don't be. It'll only encourage him. Hermione, who had been following this exchange with the expression of someone observing an interesting specimen, said, I've been thinking about what you said on the train. About the ley lines and the castle's foundations. And I went straight to Hogwarts. A history in my head, and there are at least 4 architectural references that make significantly more sense if you accept that the foundation planning was structured around magical current rather than just geological stability. She said this quickly, the way people say things they've been holding for a while. The northeastern tower especially. The angle of the foundation makes no structural sense, but it makes perfect sense if you're aligning to a convergence point. Harry looked at her with genuine delight. You mapped it from the book references. In my head, yes. I'd need the actual survey to confirm. I might have some maps, Harry said. Her expression was extraordinary. You might have maps. In my trunk. Of what exactly? The full-lay network. Annotated. He kept his voice light because she was going to react and he wanted to see the reaction unfiltered. Her reaction was, as anticipated, spectacular. It was the face of someone who had just been told that the thing they wanted most was in the next room, crossing with the face of someone deeply suspicious that they were being made fun of, crossing with the face of someone who had decided that even if it was too good to be true they were going to investigate it immediately. Can I see them? She asked. Tomorrow, he said. Tonight we've got, he nodded toward the head table. She turned. Dumbledore had risen to deliver the start of year notices, and his voice carried through the hall with the ease of a man who had never needed to raise it, and what he was saying now, and she turned back to Harry with an expression he'd remember. Did he just say the third-floor corridor is out of bounds on pain of a most painful death? Harry said. What's in the third-floor corridor? Something that shouldn't be there, Harry said, and something guarding it that's going to need sorting out eventually. But not tonight. She stared at him. Not tonight. Not tonight, he confirmed. Tonight there's trifle. He pointed. She turned, saw the desserts, and made a sound of genuine distraction that suggested that trifle was, in fact, a reasonable competing priority. Neville, who had been listening to all of this with wide eyes, quietly served himself twice. The dormitory was circular and warm and smelled of wood and old stone, and Harry lay in his four-poster bed after the others had fallen asleep and looked at the canopy above him and listened to the castle breathe. It breathed, genuinely. Not the metaphorical respiration he'd felt in the walls of Privet Drive, the actual, vast, slow in and out of a living structure that had been inhabited by magic for 1,000 years. He could feel it through the mattress, through the stone beneath the floorboards, the same warmth he'd felt from across Surrey, but intimate now, immediate, the difference between hearing music through a wall and sitting inside it. Hello, he said to the castle, properly this time, with the full attention and intention he'd learned to use. The response came from everywhere at once, from the stones under his hands, from the fire in the common room below, from the depth of the foundations and the height of the towers and the old spaces between walls where centuries of student secrets lived, a warm, encompassing presence that was not language but was communication, the most complete welcome he had ever received. He lay still and breathed with it. There's something in the third-floor corridor, he said. Yes, said the castle, in the way stone says yes. Something older below that. Yes. Something wrong further down still. A pause. Not disagreement, more the pause of something that was thinking carefully about how to answer. Waiting, it said. Harry nodded, alone in the dark, looking at the canopy of his bed. Okay, he said quietly. I'm here now. Hedwig shifted on her perch in the corner and regarded him with one amber eye and then tucked her head back under her wing, satisfied. Down the hall, he could feel Hermione in her dormitory, still awake, still thinking, probably with a notebook. He could feel Neville's steady sleeping presence and the warm chaotic energy of the Weasley twins 3 rooms over and the castle containing all of it with the patient ease of something that had been doing this for a very long time. He thought about the letter in the vault. Something that would last, Merlin had said. He thought about the hat's voice, the first one built this castle. He thought about the convergence point under the park at Privet Drive, and the vault at the bottom of Gringotts, and Dumbledore's face when the legilimency didn't work, and Ollivander standing in his shop with an expression of someone who had just had a 60-year question answered. There was a great deal ahead. The stone. Quirrell's quiet wrongness, which he'd felt as a discordant note in the hall's magical resonance the moment the man walked in, a doubled presence, something hidden behind the stutter and the purple turban, something that smelled of the dark stain in the ley line he'd touched in the park. Voldemort's connection through his scar, bidirectional and still open. The chamber, which he'd felt in the foundations, sealed but not gone. The archive at Glastonbury. The years of work ahead. But also, breakfast in the morning, with Hermione's questions and Neville's gradual unfurling and the twins' relentless creative energy and the castle above and below and around him, breathing. He closed his eyes. "Get some sleep," the not voice said, with the warmth of something that had been lonely for a very long time and was no longer. "There's time." "I know," Harry said. "I know there's time." He was asleep in minutes, with his hand resting flat against the old stone wall beside his bed and the castle breathing around him and the whole vast network of the world humming steadily beneath, and for the first time in his memory, the cupboard was 100 miles away and getting further by the second. Chapter 4, The Language of Magic. October came to Hogwarts the way it always did, decisively, without apology, turning the grounds copper and gold overnight and dropping the temperature of the lake by 10 degrees in a single week. The mountains behind the castle went grey-blue with early morning mist and the common room fire stopped being optional and became, for most Gryffindors, a fundamental necessity. Harry barely noticed the cold. He'd spent too many winters in a cupboard with a broken radiator to find Scottish autumn particularly threatening. What he noticed was the castle changing around him, the way it settled into a different mood with the season, the stones holding a different quality of warmth, the corridors carrying a different quality of silence. He'd been at Hogwarts for 6 weeks and he'd spent most of that time learning two things simultaneously, the curriculum, which was interesting and occasionally insulting in its pace, and the castle itself, which was neither of those things. The castle was simply vast and layered and patient, and learning it was less like studying and more like learning a language by immersion, every day adding vocabulary, every night adding grammar. He walked its corridors at odd hours. Not sneaking, he'd simply established, in the first week, that he moved through the castle at whatever time suited him and the castle did not impede him, and the ghosts who encountered him on these walks had, after the first few encounters, stopped trying to redirect him and started, in some cases, talking to him. Peeves was the interesting one. The poltergeist had taken one look at Harry on the third night and gone completely still, which was apparently unprecedented, and then had followed him at a respectful distance for 20 minutes before vanishing with an expression Harry could only describe as unsettled. "What did you do to Peeves?" Fred Weasley asked him at breakfast the following morning. "Nothing," Harry said. "He's been behaving," George said, as if this was evidence of something catastrophic. "For 3 days. McGonagall thinks she's imagining things." "Maybe he's just in a good mood," Harry said. The twins exchanged a look that suggested they found this explanation deeply insufficient. He didn't explain further. What had happened with Peeves was that the poltergeist had sensed the castle's regard for Harry and recalibrated accordingly. Peeves was not, whatever he appeared, a simple nuisance. He was a consciousness generated by the accumulated chaos energy of centuries of students, and he was old enough to recognize hierarchies of a kind that most of the living inhabitants of Hogwarts couldn't perceive. Harry hadn't asked for the poltergeist's deference. He'd just walked through the castle as what he was, and Peeves had responded to that the way weather responds to geography. He filed it as interesting and moved on. Charms was first on Monday mornings, which Harry found either deliberate or lucky because Flitwick was the best teacher in the castle and starting the week with him put everything else in a more favorable light. Flitwick was small and precise and taught with the particular enthusiasm of someone who genuinely loved the mechanics of what they were explaining, not just the results of magic but the structure of it, the why beneath the how. In the third week, they'd been practicing Wingardium Leviosa, which Harry had been able to perform since he was approximately 9.5, and he'd spent the class time doing the wand movement correctly while using approximately 5% of the effort the spell technically required and making careful, private observations about where his classmates were going wrong. Most errors were grip-based. Some were intention-based. The wand movement was correct but the caster wasn't genuinely connecting the intention to the gesture, making it essentially a mime of a spell rather than a spell. Ron's error was wrist angle. Neville's error was confidence, which manifested as a physical hesitation at the peak of the levitation gesture, a slight withdrawal that broke the channeling just at the moment of completion. "Try it without watching your wand," Harry said quietly, during a moment when Flitwick was helping someone on the other side of the room. Neville looked at him. "Without watching? You're second-guessing the movement at the last moment because you're monitoring it. If you look at the feather instead, your wrist does the right thing automatically." Neville tried it. The feather rose 18 inches on the first attempt, which was the highest he'd gotten at all class. His expression was the specific expression of someone who has just discovered that the obstacle was always removable and is working out how to feel about the time spent on the wrong side of it. "How did you know that?" he asked. "You do it in Transfiguration too," Harry said. "Any time you're about to succeed at something you pull back slightly. It's not your technique, it's a habit." Neville was quiet for a moment. Then, carefully, "My gran always watches when I practice. At home. And does she say something if it goes wrong?" "Yes." He poked his feather up another 3 inches, almost to the ceiling. "Not if it goes right, though. She just watches." Harry didn't say anything to this. He just nodded and watched Neville's feather reach the ceiling and felt something that wasn't quite anger on Neville's behalf but was in the neighborhood. On the other side of the table, Hermione had set her feather spinning in slow circles, which was not the assigned task but was approximately 3 times more technically complex, and was watching Harry with an expression he'd come to recognize as her processing face. "You've been doing wandless corrections all class," she said, very quietly. "I've been using my wand. Your wand hasn't moved in the last 10 minutes and your feather is still levitating." He glanced down. She was, in fact, correct. He'd put his wand down to talk to Neville and forgotten to pick it up. He said. "That's not a first-year skill," she said. "No. How long have you been able to do that?" "A while." She looked at him with the expression she used when she thought he was being deliberately incomplete, which was accurate. "Harry. Hermione. If you can do wandless magic, why are we practicing with wands?" "Because the wand is a tool for precision," he said, keeping his voice low, "and precision is worth learning even if you don't technically need the tool. A wand constrains and focuses. Doing it without the wand is like, have you ever done mental arithmetic and then also learned long division?" She considered this. "The formal method gives you structure for more complex problems." "Yes. Wandless for simple things. Wand for complex ones. The two develop different muscles." She was quiet for a moment, processing that. "Then, you should tell Flitwick." "Not yet." "Why not?" He looked at her directly. "Because once that information is in the general pool, decisions get made about it by people whose decisions I don't yet fully trust. I'll tell him when the time is right." She held his gaze for a moment with the particular expression she wore when she disagreed with him but was genuinely considering his reasoning rather than just defending her position. It was one of the things he liked most about her, the actual consideration. "Okay," she said finally. "But I want to see you do it properly. Not the maintenance levitation. Something with actual effort." "After dinner," he said. "Library. I'll bring the notebook." The defense against the dark arts situation was what Harry would have called a controlled problem, if he was being diplomatic, or a ticking clock with a hat, if he was being accurate. Professor Quirrell had been wrong from the moment Harry walked into his first class. The wrongness was layered, the stuttering nervousness on the surface, which Harry identified in the first 10 minutes as performed rather than genuine, the kind of nervousness that was worn as armor. Beneath that, a different energy, colder and more controlled. And beneath that, the thing Harry had felt in the ley lines, the dark stain, the bidirectional connection point that ran through his own scar like a thorn. He sat in the front row of Quirrell's class and watched and said nothing. Quirrell's curriculum was pedestrian, which Harry suspected was deliberate, defense against the dark arts at the level of a 10-year-old's comfort zone, nothing that would require genuine demonstration. In the third week's class, Quirrell had set them to copy notes from the board while he sat at his desk with his turban toward them, and Harry had spent that 40 minutes doing the work with one part of his mind while using the rest to probe, carefully and indirectly, the magical signature coming from the back of the man's head. It was Voldemort. The specific resonance was unmistakable once he'd identified what he was looking for, the same dark stain in the current, but concentrated, reduced, clinging to a host like smoke clinging to fabric. Not powerful. Not, currently, dangerous in an active sense. But present, and watching, in the particular way of something patient that is waiting for the right moment. He did not feel afraid. He catalogued what he found with the focused attention of a researcher, noted the weak points in the hosting structure, estimated timelines based on the degradation rate of the magical signature, and made a note to himself to deal with it before it progressed. The Philosopher's Stone was the immediate motivation, he knew. Stone beneath the school, Voldemort in the school, the connection was obvious. But the stone itself was not, currently, at risk. The existing security was inadequate for a competent adult wizard, but Quirrell's current capacity was limited by the degraded state of the entity sharing his skull, and the timing of any real attempt would be the spring term at the earliest. He had time. Not infinite time, but time. After class, Quirrell said, with the stutter carefully deployed, "Mr. Peapotter. A moment, if you please." The class filed out. Harry waited. Quirrell came around his desk. Without the stutter, which dropped away the moment the last student cleared the door, he said, "You've been watching me." "Have I?" Harry said. "Don't perform innocence, boy. It doesn't suit you." The voice was different, smoother, with an undertone that wasn't Quirrell's own register. Voldemort, using the instrument without much care for subtlety now that they were alone. "I know what you are." "That makes two of us," Harry said. "Then you know what I want." "The stone." "Yes." Quirrell's face was doing something complicated, two different wills working with the same set of muscles, one anxious, one coldly precise. "And you're not going to run to Dumbledore," Voldemort said, through Quirrell's throat. "No," Harry said. A pause. This had not been the expected response. "Because?" The voice had a quality of genuine curiosity that was more chilling than the threat would have been. "Because you're not ready yet," Harry said simply. "You can't access the stone in your current state, you don't have the capacity. And I'm more interested in understanding your situation than in shutting it down prematurely. You're an extraordinary case study." The silence in the classroom had a specific texture. "A case study," Voldemort said. "Flat. The magical mechanics of spirit hosting are almost completely undocumented," Harry said. "How long have you been using this method?" "Since Albania, or earlier. The degradation pattern in your signature suggests significant time, but the hosting integration is fairly recent, a year, perhaps two." He watched the process of something that had spent decades terrifying people encounter someone treating it as an interesting phenomenon, and watched it not know what to do with that. "You're either very brave or very stupid," Voldemort said. "I've been told brave," Harry said. "I'll be going now. Don't try to access the stone before March, you won't make it past the third layer in your current state and the attempt will only weaken you further." He picked up his bag and walked to the door. "Potter." The voice had changed again, less controlled, something underneath that was more genuine, the sound of a person rather than a performance. "What are you?" Harry stopped at the door. Considered whether to answer. "You spent your whole life trying to become something that couldn't die," he said, without turning around. "I was born something much older than death. Those are very different projects." He walked out and went to Transfiguration, which he was going to be 30 seconds late for, and McGonagall looked at him when he came in with the expression of someone noting the lateness and deciding whether it required comment, and Harry sat down and took out his notes and the matter was silently dropped. He found the Chamber of Secrets on a Wednesday in early November, because he was looking for it. He'd felt the chamber's existence since the boat ride, a sealed space in the foundations, distinct from the rest of the castle's honest openness, walled off rather than simply closed. The castle didn't offer the chamber with the ease with which it offered everything else. There was something careful in the way it presented that absence, the way you can tell a person is being careful not to mention something because the silence around the subject has a particular shape. "Is it dangerous?" He'd asked the castle, in his second week. The castle's answer had been complicated. The thing in the chamber was dangerous, yes, enormously so, but contained, sealed, sleeping. The danger was not current but it was real, and it was connected to something external, something that hadn't yet arrived. He'd let it sit. He mapped the foundations carefully, correlating the architectural information from Hogwarts, a history with the physical survey he was conducting through touch and the ley network, and in early November he had the location pinned to within 20 feet. Which put it in the girls' bathroom on the second floor. He confirmed this on a Wednesday afternoon during a free period when the corridor was empty, standing outside the bathroom door and pressing his awareness through the wall and feeling the drainage system below and following it down and the specific shaped absence of the chamber like a held breath in the deep stone. The parcel tongue came naturally, he'd been hearing it, occasional and ambient, since the potion, the way you hear a language you're adjacent to but haven't formally studied, and he'd been quietly practicing for 2 months with the castle's resident snakes, of which there were 3 that he knew about, all of them elderly and mostly interested in warm rocks. He stood in the second-floor corridor and said, in parcel tongue, very quietly, to the wall, "I know you're there. I'm not opening you today. But I know where you are." The wall had nothing to say to this. The ley line beneath the bathroom shifted fractionally, which was the castle's equivalent of an impressed eyebrow. He noted the precise location in his notebook and went to dinner. He told Hermione about the chamber that evening in the library, which had become their standard operational space after dinner most nights, the corner table near the restricted section where Madame Pants had stopped objecting to their presence after Harry had correctly identified a misfiling error in the catalogue and Hermione had organized the periodicals by date rather than acquisition order. Hermione's reaction to the chamber was the one he'd expected, a rapid journey from disbelief to cross-referencing to active note-taking, arriving at a platform of cautious but genuine horror at the implication. "There's a monster in the school," she said. "That's what Hogwarts, a history calls the Chamber of Secrets. It says Slytherin built a chamber to house something, a creature of his own devising." "Basilisk," Harry said. "Almost certainly. The hints in the historical record are consistent, something in the stones, something with a devastating gaze, something controlled by a speaker of the serpent tongue." "Parcel tongue." She wrote it down. "Which you speak." "Which I speak." "So you could theoretically control it." "Theoretically. Though a basilisk isn't a garden snake. It's a magically constructed apex predator with a kill method that works at range and doesn't require contact. Control would be, he considered, more negotiation than command." She looked up from her notes. "You're very calm about this. The chamber has been sealed for 50 years and the creature inside it is dormant. There's nothing to be not calm about yet." "Yet," she repeated. "There'll be a point where someone opens it," he said. "Not soon. There's a mechanism required, a specific artifact, a specific kind of dark magic diary that I've been keeping an eye out for. When that arrives, the chamber becomes an active problem." "What kind of diary?" He told her about Horcruxes, not everything, not the full depth, but the essential structure, a piece of soul anchored to an object, the magic of it dark in a very specific way that left a distinctive signature he now recognized from his work with the ley lines and from the presence in Quirrell's classroom. She listened with the focused stillness she brought to things that genuinely shocked her, which was to say she went completely still and her pen stopped moving and she looked at him without blinking. "That's," she said, when he finished. "That's one of the most horrifying things I've ever heard." "Yes. And Voldemort made one." "At least one," he said. She looked at him for a long moment. "At least one." "I think several. The pattern of his degradation and the current state of his signature suggest a self-fracturing that goes beyond a single split. But I don't have enough data yet to know how many." Hermione closed her notebook and put her pen down flat and looked at him with an expression he hadn't seen from her before, not the sharp engagement of a puzzle being solved but something more serious, the expression of someone recalibrating their understanding of the scale of a problem. "Harry," she said. "How long have you been carrying all of this?" 3 years, he said. "More or less. By yourself." "I'm telling you now. I'm 11. "I know. So am I, technically." He looked at her steadily. "Do you want to help or not?" Genuine question. "This isn't a small thing and you don't have to be part of it." The pause lasted approximately 4 seconds. Obviously I want to help, she said, with the flat certainty of someone for whom the answer was never actually in question. What do you need? Someone who can cross-reference, he said. Someone who reads everything and forgets nothing and will tell me when I'm wrong. You want a research partner. I want the best researcher I've met. She looked at him with the expression she wore when she suspected she was being managed and was trying to determine if the thing being used to manage her was also genuinely true. He waited, because he'd learned she needed space to reach conclusions rather than being pushed into them. Okay, she said, and picked her pen back up. The diary. What are we looking for? The weeks between November and Christmas developed a shape. Mornings, classes, which Harry engaged with fully and honestly and occasionally caused minor disruptions in by having answers that exceeded the curriculum, a fact that most teachers handled with varying degrees of grace. Flitwick was delighted. McGonagall raised an eyebrow and restructured her teaching approach for the 3 students at the front who were operating above the level. Snape was a different situation entirely. Potions with Snape had been, from the first class, a study in a man whose professional behavior was compromised by personal history in ways he was too intelligent not to be aware of and too deeply entrenched to correct. The theatricality of the entrance, the targeting of Harry from the first question. Harry had given accurate answers to all 3 of Snape's opening questions with the composed directness of someone who had genuinely prepared, and Snape's face had done something complicated that was not the disappointment he'd clearly been preparing. He had not been pleasant about it. He'd moved on to Neville instead, which Harry had noted and filed with the same cold file as the information about Neville's grandmother watching in silence when things went right. After class, Harry had stayed behind not because he was called but because he had something to say. Snape, clearing the board with a flick, said without turning around, "Potter. If you have a complaint about my teaching, the appropriate channel is, it's about the Longbottom boy," Harry said. Snape turned slowly. His expression was the expression of a man who had expected one thing and received another and was recalibrating. "Excuse me," he said. Neville Longbottom melted 4 cauldrons today, none of which were his fault. The error in each case started with Seamus Finnegan adding the porcupine quills at the wrong time 3 seats over, and the reaction cascaded. Neville's technique was actually sound. He kept his voice even and factual. "I thought you'd want to know, since you docked his points." Snape was very still. "That is," he said slowly, "an extraordinarily presumptuous observation for a first-year student to make to their potions professor." "I know," Harry said. "But it's accurate." The silence in the potions classroom had a different quality from most silences. It was the quality of a significant amount of intelligence being applied to a situation without a predetermined conclusion. "You observed the cascade from your position?" Snape asked, and it was a genuine question rather than a rhetorical challenge. "Yes. I can show you my notes from the class if you'd like." Another pause. "You take notes on other students' technique during potions?" "I take notes on everything," Harry said. "It's useful." Snape looked at him with the full attention of someone who had been doing cursory assessments and had just realized the cursory approach was insufficient. Harry felt the feather-like touch of legilimency, much more refined than Dumbledore's, more like a surgical probe than an open hand, and let it find the surface, the sincere and specific surface of this particular conversation, nothing more. Something shifted in Snape's face. Not warmth. Not anything so simple. But the quality of a recalibration. "Longbottom's points will be reconsidered," Snape said, and turned back to the board. Harry left. He heard, in the corridor, Snape begin the process of thoroughly cleaning already clean equipment, which was, he'd noticed, what the man did when he was thinking hard about something. He filed it and kept walking. He wrote his first letter to Dumbledore in mid-November. Not personal, not about the stone or quarrel, the letter concerned the structural integrity of the wards on the 3rd-floor corridor, specifically the vulnerability in the harp charm on the Cerberus enclosure that he had identified through the castle's own awareness, which had guided him to the relevant section of warding with the gentle insistence of something flagging a concern. He didn't say how he knew. He described the vulnerability technically, suggested a reinforcing charm from Phileas Flitwick's own published work on musical wards, and signed it simply H. Potter, Gryffindor, first year. Dumbledore's response arrived 2 days later. It was 2 sentences: "The observation is correct and has been addressed. I look forward to our continued correspondence." Harry smiled at the parchment and wrote back, "Likewise. I have some questions about the school's drainage system when you have time." 3 days later, Dumbledore replied, "I have been headmaster for 37 years and no student has ever asked me about the drainage system. Thursday at 3, if you are free." He was free on Thursday at 3. Dumbledore's office was full of things that wanted to be looked at, which Harry suspected was at least partially intentional: the silver instruments, the portraits of past headmasters, Fawkes the Phoenix on his perch. He looked at all of it with genuine interest and touched nothing without permission, which he felt was the right approach with objects in a space that was also a mind. Fawkes looked at him for a long moment and then made a sound that Harry had no framework for, a single note that resonated in his chest at the exact frequency of the ley lines. Dumbledore watched this with eyes that were, behind the twinkle, extremely sharp. "He hasn't done that," Dumbledore said, "in a very long time." "Since the last time he met someone from the Bloodline?" Harry asked. A pause. "Is that your conclusion or his?" "Both, I think." Dumbledore offered him a lemon sherbet, which Harry took because it seemed important to Dumbledore to offer it, and settled into the chair across the desk with the ease of someone who had been in many offices and was comfortable in all of them. "The drainage system," Dumbledore said. "It connects to the chamber," Harry said. "You know where the chamber is?" "I have a theory. Second floor girls' bathroom. The entrance is in the plumbing infrastructure, keyed to Parseltongue." He watched Dumbledore's face. "You didn't know about the plumbing specifically?" "I didn't," Dumbledore confirmed, with the grace of someone who could admit a gap without it costing him. "How did you find it?" Harry said, "The castle showed me." Dumbledore looked at him over his half-moon glasses for a long, quiet moment. "The castle," he said. "The castle likes me," Harry said simply. Fawkes made the sound again from his perch, softer this time, almost conversational. Dumbledore set his lemon sherbet down and folded his hands on the desk and looked at Harry with the expression of a man who had been carrying a great deal for a very long time and was encountering someone who might, unexpectedly, be capable of sharing the weight. "I think," Dumbledore said carefully, "that we should talk honestly." "I've been hoping you'd say that," Harry said. "What do you know about Tom Riddle?" "More than you expect and less than I'd like," Harry said. "I know what he was before he was Voldemort. I know the self-fracturing, the Horcruxes. I know he's currently in this castle in a reduced state and that his immediate goal is the stone. I know the timeline of his next real attempt and I have a theory about the full number of anchors." Dumbledore was very still. "How many?" he asked. 7 seems right," Harry said. "Magically significant. Personally satisfying for someone who thought in symbols. The diary is 1, I haven't located it yet but it'll surface. The ring is almost certainly 1. The locket, the cup, the diadem is in the castle, which is interesting. The diadem," Dumbledore said, barely audible. "Room of requirement. It's been sitting there in an accumulation of hidden objects for decades. I haven't touched it, but I can feel it, same signature as Quirrell's classroom." He paused. "And then there's the one I find most interesting." "Which is?" Harry touched the scar on his forehead with 2 fingers. The silence in the headmaster's office was the longest he'd produced yet. Dumbledore's face went through several things. Grief was the one that Harry watched most carefully because it was the most genuine, the grief of someone who had known something for a long time and had been hoping to be wrong. "I worked it out in August," Harry said, matter-of-factly. "The scar is a connection point. The directionality is bidirectional. There's a fragment of his consciousness anchored to the wound, it's why the original curse didn't work, I think. He hit a protection he hadn't planned for and it rebounded and a piece of him stuck to the nearest living thing, which happened to be me. He was quiet for a moment. I'm not going to pretend that's comfortable information. No, Dumbledore said softly. But it's workable information. The fragment is dormant because he's too reduced to activate it. When he's stronger he may try to use the connection. I need to understand the extraction mechanism before that becomes a practical concern. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that Harry thought he'd remember for the rest of his life, something between admiration and a particular, specific kind of grief, the grief of someone who had built a plan around a sacrifice and was watching the intended sacrifice look back at them with clear eyes and say I know, and we're going to find another way. Harry, Dumbledore said. I know what you were planning, Harry said, gently. That I'd have to die. That was the calculation, destroy the anchor, destroy the fragment, accept the cost. He kept his voice even because it was a real thing, a real plan that a real man had carried for a decade, and it deserved honest engagement. I'm not angry about it. But it's not the only option. Is there another option? I'm working on it, Harry said. I'll let you know when I have something solid. Dumbledore was quiet for so long that Fawkes hopped off his perch and flew to the back of Harry's chair and sat there, looking at Dumbledore, with the expression of a very old bird who had seen a great many things and had decided this was one worth witnessing. Tell me, Dumbledore said finally, what you need from me. Access to the restricted section without a note, Harry said immediately. The 7th floor room near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, I need it to remain available. And I'd like Snape to know I'm not James Potter. Not a conversation with you, not a memo, something more direct. Can you arrange that? Dumbledore blinked. The last request is, unexpected. He's an excellent potions teacher when he's not performing a grudge, Harry said. I'd like to learn from the excellent version. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment, and then, actually, genuinely, not performatively, smiled. I will see what I can do, he said. The conversation with Snape happened on a Friday. Harry didn't know what Dumbledore had said and didn't particularly want to. He knew it had happened because when he arrived at potions that Friday morning, Snape looked at him once, briefly, and then looked away, and the looking away had a different quality than usual, not contempt or theatrical indifference, but something more interior, a man looking away from something he was still processing. He taught the class without targeting Harry or Neville. He was precise and sharp and genuinely excellent, and Harry took comprehensive notes and did the work correctly and said nothing. After class, Snape said, Potter. Your sleeping draft from Tuesday. He set the small sealed vial on Harry's desk. Harry looked at it. It was perfect, not good for a first year, not surprisingly competent for someone self-taught. Structurally perfect, color exactly right, the viscosity precisely calibrated. I make the same error in the 3rd step, Harry said. The crushed valerian, I have a tendency to overgrind it. It didn't affect this batch, but it will at higher concentrations. Snape looked at him. Something moved in his expression that was not warmth but was not the alternative either. You self-identified an error I had not yet pointed out, he said. I'd rather find my own errors than have them found for me, Harry said. I learn more from it. Another pause. The quality of Snape's silences had changed, Harry had noticed, they'd become more considering and less performative. Thursday evenings, Snape said, I hold optional sessions for students who wish to work beyond the curriculum. The sign-up is on the notice board outside the potions classroom. Most students do not attend. He turned and walked back to his desk. Most students are not, it has recently been suggested to me, you. Harry picked up his vial. I'll be there Thursday, he said. He didn't wait for a response. The night before Christmas holidays, Harry sat on the floor of the room of requirement, which he'd found in October, as expected, and which had become a private working space, with Merlin's map spread around him and his own survey notes overlaid and the ley network in his mind, and he ran through everything he knew. Horcruxes, one in the school, one suspected in Quirrell's classroom, at least 5 others scattered across Britain and possibly beyond. Quirrell's situation, deteriorating, timeline for active attempt approximately late spring. Chamber of Secrets, sealed, dormant, trigger mechanism not yet in play. Scar, known, manageable for now, extraction mechanism still theoretical. He picked up the vault journal. He'd been working through it gradually, the old handwriting giving up its meaning slowly and partially, like a conversation where you understood every third sentence but could infer the rest from context. Tonight he'd reached an entry from the 11th century, written in the formal register that Merlin used when he was describing something technical rather than personal. The entry concerned what Merlin called the second death, not physical death, he clarified immediately, but the death of continuity, the severing of a magical lineage from its source. He wrote about what happened when the line thinned to a single thread and what preparations could keep that thread from snapping, and Harry read it with the specific attention of someone recognizing their own situation described in a historical document. At the bottom of the entry, separate from the main text, was a note. The handwriting was looser than the entry, more personal, written at a different time. To whoever finds this, I don't know your name. I don't know what century you're reading this in. I don't know what's standing in front of you that needs dealing with. But the blood held, and that means you held, and that means you're already doing the right thing. The rest is just work. Harry looked at this for a long time. Then he folded the journal carefully, gathered his maps, and went to bed. The castle breathed around him. Hedwig slept. The fire in the Gryffindor common room burned low. Somewhere below them, in the deep foundations, the chamber held its silence. Somewhere in the school, Voldemort's fragment clung to its host and waited. Somewhere north and east and south and west, scattered like broken teeth, the Horcruxes sat in their hiding places, patient and dark. And Harry Potter lay in his four-poster bed in the oldest magical school in Britain, with his hand against the stone wall and the ley current humming under everything, and slept without difficulty. The rest is just work. He was already working. Chapter 5, The Mirror and the Stone. February arrived grey and cold, and Harry spent most of it in the room of requirement with his maps and his notes and the growing architecture of a plan that was becoming, piece by piece, something he could actually work with. Quirrell was getting worse. Not in the visible, dramatic way that would have forced Dumbledore's hand, in the subtle way that Harry tracked through the ley lines and through the quality of Quirrell's magical signature, which had been degrading steadily since October. The hosting relationship was unsustainable. Voldemort was consuming his container the way a fire consumes wood, and Quirrell, who had gone into the arrangement with whatever combination of desperation and ideology drove men to make those choices, was paying the price in increments small enough to ignore until they weren't. Harry had noticed 3 things in February that he hadn't noticed in January. The first was that Quirrell had stopped stuttering in class, not performing the absence of stutter but genuinely forgetting to maintain it, which meant his concentration was occupied elsewhere. The second was that the turban had started to smell faintly of something Harry identified as the magical equivalent of necrosis, a slow dissolution of the boundary between host and passenger, the two signatures beginning to bleed into each other. The third was that Quirrell had visited the third-floor corridor twice in February that Harry knew of, and once in late January that he'd reconstructed from the corridor's memory after the fact. He was testing the defenses. Not breaking through, testing. Learning the schedule, the patterns, the gaps. Harry noted all of this in his operational notebook under a section he'd labeled Timeline and updated the projected window for an active attempt. He'd said spring to Dumbledore. He revised that now to late May at the latest, possibly as early as April if Quirrell's degradation accelerated. He also noticed that Quirrell had stopped looking at him in class. Not the pointed not looking of someone maintaining a pretense, the genuine avoidance of someone who had had a conversation they were still processing. Whatever Voldemort had made of their exchange in October, it had altered the approach. Harry was no longer a target to be evaluated. He was a variable that had been identified as outside the normal parameters and was being treated accordingly. He found, privately, that he didn't mind being an unexpected variable. It was usually the most useful thing to be. He found the mirror on a Thursday night in late February. He hadn't been looking for it specifically, He'd been following a resonance in the castle's consciousness that he'd been aware of since November, a faint, recurring pulse that didn't match the normal background of the school's magical environment. It had the quality of something that wanted to be found, or more precisely, the quality of something that had been waiting in the same place for a very long time and had developed a kind of gravity from it. He followed it through the fourth floor to a classroom that hadn't been used for teaching in several years, the door slightly ajar, and went inside. The mirror of Eriste was 10 feet tall and surrounded by empty desks and lit by moonlight from the high windows. The frame was gold and carved with an inscription that Harry read in both directions, "I show not your face but your heart's desire," and its surface had the specific quality of magic that had been active for decades without interruption, a depth to the reflection that ordinary mirrors didn't have. He stood in front of it. In the glass, his parents looked back at him. He knew them from photographs. Hagrid had given him an album in the summer after their trip to Diagon Alley, assembled from various sources, and he'd spent time with it, learning faces he should have known from infancy. Lily Potter had his eyes, or he had hers, green in the photographs, but he knew they'd have the same gold shift as had developed, because that was the bloodline manifesting, and she'd been its carrier before him. James Potter was taller and messier than the photographs made him seem in his mind, standing behind Lily with one hand on her shoulder and an expression of something so straightforward and uncomplicated it was hard to look at directly. They were smiling at him. He stood there for a while. Not lost in it, he was very present, very aware of the classroom and the moonlight and the magic of the object in front of him. He let himself feel what was there to feel, which was real and specific, grief for people he'd never known, curiosity about who they'd been beyond the mythology that had grown up around them, a love that was strange in its directionality, flowing toward people who couldn't receive it. Then he looked more carefully, because he was Harry Potter and he did not stand in front of powerful magical objects without examining them properly, and what he saw when he looked beyond his parents was interesting. There was something else in the reflection. Not beside his parents or behind them but beneath the surface of the scene, like a layer underneath the primary image, a space, underground, lit by its own dim light, with stone walls and a sense of enormous depth. And in that space, sitting on a plinth in the center, was the Philosopher's Stone. He understood the mechanism immediately. Dumbledore had designed it, you could see the shape of his thinking in it, the elegant lateral logic. The mirror showed you what you wanted most, and if what you wanted most was to have the stone and not use it, what you'd see was yourself holding it, and that sincere desire would translate into physical reality, the stone would appear in your pocket, and you'd have it without having sought it for gain. The problem was that Quirrell couldn't pass this test. Voldemort wanted the stone desperately and with complete intention to use it, and the mirror would show him himself transformed and immortal and powerful, and the stone would stay exactly where it was. Clever. Genuinely clever. But dependent on the assumption that the only person who would need to retrieve the stone was someone who wanted to use it. Harry pressed his hand flat against the mirror's frame and felt the enchantment structure with the full depth of his perception. The Dumbledore logic was the top layer. Below it, the original enchantment of the mirror itself, old magic, older than Hogwarts, the kind of deep want magic that predated formal spellcasting and worked on instinct rather than formula. And below that, the anchor point, the specific location where the stone was sitting in its underground space. He took his hand off the frame. He could take the stone right now. The mirror was showing him the underground chamber and he understood the mechanism well enough to work it, think of having it and not using it, sincerely, and it would appear. He could sincerely think that because he didn't want to use the stone. He wanted to remove it from the equation entirely, which was a different thing. He stood in the moonlit classroom and thought about this carefully. Taking the stone now would change the timing of everything. Quirrell would find it gone and Voldemort would know his opportunity had closed and would either accelerate his plans, with what resources, Harry wasn't certain, or retreat to regroup, which bought time but not resolution. Neither outcome addressed the underlying problem, which was that Voldemort existed, reduced but persistent, and would keep existing and keep finding hosts and keep trying until someone addressed the root cause. The root cause was the Horcruxes. The stone was a symptom. A serious symptom, but not the disease. He needed Voldemort's attempt on the stone to proceed far enough to be addressable but not far enough to succeed, which meant he needed to know the exact night, and he needed Dumbledore out of the castle because Dumbledore's presence would deter the attempt, and he needed to be in the right place at the right time. He needed, in other words, to let this play out almost to its conclusion. He was not entirely comfortable with this. He acknowledged the discomfort, examined it, and determined it was worth tolerating for the sake of the larger picture. "You're thinking like him," the Not voice observed. Not critically, thoughtfully. "Like who?" Harry asked. "The last person who thought long-term about dark magic problems." A pause. "It's a compliment. And a warning." "Noted," Harry said. He took one last look at the mirror. His parents were still there, still smiling, and he looked at them for exactly as long as it felt right, and then he turned and walked out of the classroom. He didn't go back. March came in with wind and rain and Hermione presenting him with a 17-page document titled Cross-Reference, Horcrux Signatures Against Known Artifact Records that she had compiled from the restricted section over the preceding 6 weeks, and Harry read it in 20 minutes and told her it was extraordinary because it was. "The locket is almost certainly Slytherin's," she said, jabbing at page 9 with her finger. "The description in Dark Artifacts of the medieval period matches every characteristic you gave me, and the last known location puts it in a magical estate that was auctioned in 1975, which means it passed through a legal transaction at some point, which means there's a paper trail. Ministry records." "Ministry records," she confirmed, "which we cannot access because we're 11, but Dumbledore can. I'll write to him tonight." "I also found a reference to the cup," she said, turning to page 12. "Helga Hufflepuff's original cup went missing from Hogwarts in the 1940s. The theft was investigated and shelved. The investigation notes are in the school archive, which I may have accessed without explicit permission." "How?" "I asked the castle's filing system very politely and it let me in," she said, with the slight defensive energy of someone who wasn't sure if they'd done something wrong but was going to justify it thoroughly either way. Harry looked at her. "You asked the castle?" "I was standing in the archive corridor and I said, out loud, that I was looking for historical records related to a theft and I thought finding them was important, and the door that had been locked opened." She met his eyes. Does that happen to you?" "Often," he said. "The castle likes you," she said, with the specific tone of someone putting a piece in place. "But it let me in." "The castle likes you because you like it," Harry said. "You treat it like a place with a history rather than just a building. It notices." Hermione looked at him with an expression that was, beneath the analytical layer she kept on top of most things, genuinely moved. "That's a remarkable thing to say about a building." "It's a remarkable building," he said. She looked at her notes for a moment, then looked back up. "The cup was stolen by a student in 1943. The file names him." She held his gaze. "Tom Marvolo Riddle." Harry was quiet. "He was here," Hermione said. "When he was our age, he was here and he was already doing this," Harry said. "Yes. He made at least 2 of them while he was a student." She took a careful breath. "How do you do it?" she asked. "Know all of this and just keep coming to breakfast." He thought about this seriously, because she was asking seriously and deserved a serious answer. "Because breakfast matters," he said, finally. "All of it matters. If I stopped having breakfast because of Voldemort, I'd be doing exactly what he spent his life trying to make people do, which is let the fear of a bad thing eat the good things." He paused. "Also, the porridge here is genuinely excellent and I'm not giving it up for a Dark Lord." She laughed, sharp and surprised, and the tension in her shoulders dropped 3 inches. "You're infuriating," she said. "I know," he agreed. Page 14. What's this reference to a diadem? April, and the plan. Harry wrote Dumbledore a letter in the first week of April that was the most direct communication they'd had yet, which was saying something. It was 3 paragraphs. The first paragraph described Quirrell's current state, the timeline, the projected date of the attempt on the stone, and the specific vulnerability in the underground chamber defenses that Voldemort would exploit. The second paragraph described what Harry intended to do about it and why, and what he needed Dumbledore not to do, which was specifically to not be in the castle on the night in question. The third paragraph said, "I know you're going to find this difficult. You've spent 10 years managing the situation around me, and stepping back is going to feel wrong. I'm asking you to trust me. Not because I'm infallible, but because my specific nature gives me tools in this situation that you don't have and that a conventional confrontation would waste. I will not let Voldemort take the stone. I will not be harmed. But I need the space to do this the right way." He sent it with Hedwig and got a response in 2 days. The response was one paragraph: "I have spent considerable time sitting with your letter. You are asking me to relinquish something I have held for 10 years, and the asking is not comfortable. But you are not asking without grounds, and the grounds are sound, and the people who matter most in this world are the ones who can make that argument clearly and still be right. I will be in London on the 17th of May. What I find when I return is in your hands." APWBD. Harry read it twice and folded it precisely and added it to the collection in his moleskin pouch. "He trusts you," the knot voice said, with a warmth that had something earned in it. "He's terrified," Harry said. "Trusting me anyway is what makes it trust." He told Hermione and Neville in the room of requirement on a Sunday afternoon in early May, because they were the people he trusted and they deserved to know. Hermione's reaction was to demand, in rapid sequence, the full plan, the contingency for each failure point, and whether Harry had considered that he was 11 years old. He answered the first 2 thoroughly and acknowledged the third with the equanimity of someone who found the constraint annoying but not prohibitive. Neville's reaction was different and more surprising. He was quiet while Hermione went through her rapid-fire interrogation, and when she was done he said, "What do you need us to do?" Harry looked at him. "You don't have to do anything. I wanted you to know." "That's not what I asked," Neville said, with a steadiness that had been growing in him since October and had become, by May, a consistent thing rather than an occasional surprise. "What do you need?" Harry thought about it. He'd planned this as a solo operation, partly because the logistical risk of involving others was real and partly because it had been his problem for so long he'd forgotten to factor in that it was other people's problem too, that this school and everyone in it was Neville's and Hermione's and Ron's and everyone else's. "The chess set," he said. "There's a life-size chess game in the underground chambers. I've seen the board configuration through the castle and it's a real game. Anyone who's good enough to see the full board could play it." He looked at Ron, who had wandered into the room of requirement 20 minutes into the conversation on the basis that Hermione had a very recognizable expression when she was planning something and he'd learned to follow it. Ron's chess ability was, by general Gryffindor consensus, somewhere between excellent and alarming. Ron, who had been eating an apple and listening with the focus of someone who was taking this entirely seriously, said, "I'm in." "Ron," Hermione started. "I'm not going to sit in the dormitory while 3 of my friends go fight Voldemort," Ron said, with a simple, complete finality. "That's not a thing I'm doing. I'm in." Harry looked at the 3 of them, Hermione with her notebook open and her pen ready, Neville straight-backed and steady, Ron with his apple and his uncomplicated certainty, and felt something move through him that was not the ley lines and not the bloodline and not Merlin's voice. Something that was simply and entirely his own. "Okay," he said. "Here's the full picture. May 17th. The castle felt it before anyone else did, a disturbance in the baseline, a wrong note quality in the evening that Harry had been waiting for, and when he felt it he was already dressed and already moving. He'd spent the day completely normally. Classes, lunch, a long chess game with Ron in the common room that Ron won because Harry had been allowing himself to think about other things and Ron was too good to give openings to. Dinner. The common room. He'd gone to bed when everyone else did and waited 2 hours until the tower was breathing the deep sleep of genuine unconsciousness before he slipped out. The corridor was quiet and cold and lit with the low, settled light of a school at 2 in the morning. He moved through it barefoot, the stone had been warm to him since October, the castle's version of welcome, and felt the wrong note quality getting stronger as he went down, floor by floor, toward the third-floor corridor. Hermione met him on the second floor with her own shoes in her hand and the specific expression of someone who had not slept. "I know I'm not in the plan for past this point," she said, quietly. "No," Harry said. "But I found something in the restricted section last week that I haven't told you about yet because I was verifying it," she said, "and I need to tell you now." He stopped. "Tell me." "The fragment in your scar," she said, keeping her voice very low. "I found a ritual in a 7th century dark arts text that describes extraction of an anchored soul fragment. It's not a standard process and the text is very specific about the conditions required, but the theory is, it's sound, Harry. The magic is sound. I checked it 3 different ways." He looked at her. "You found an extraction method. A theoretical one. You'd need to weaken the fragment significantly first, destabilize its anchor, and then the extraction would require Parseltongue because the anchoring was done in that register." She held his gaze. "If you make contact with Voldemort tonight. If the fragment activates, it might be possible to do it then." In the moment. He felt the implication settle. "Hermione," he said. "How long have you been working on this?" "Since January," she said, with the slight defensive energy of someone who has done something ambitious and is bracing for the reaction. "I didn't want to tell you until I was sure. I didn't want to give you something uncertain when you had enough to carry." He looked at her for a long moment. "Then, go back to bed. Harry, go back to bed," he said, "and know that what you've just given me is the most important piece of information I've received in 3 years, and I'm going to use it, and you will get full credit for it when this is over." She stared at him. "Full credit. Complete attribution. I'll tell Dumbledore in front of witnesses." She made a sound that was somewhere between a laugh and a breath of relief. "Fine," she said. "Go. Be careful." "I'm always careful." "You're never careful," she said. "You're precise and confident and those are not the same thing." He grinned at her. She shook her head and turned back toward the dormitory, and he watched her go until she was around the corner and then kept moving down. The third-floor corridor was exactly as he'd assessed it. The door was already open. Quirrell had passed this way 20 minutes earlier, the corridor's memory reported, which he felt through the stone of the doorframe. He stepped through into the chamber with the Cerberus. Fluffy was asleep, which meant the harp was playing. Harry could see the small mechanical harp Hagrid had apparently provided, enchanted to play on its own, charming solution, effective for anyone who didn't know that the sleep charm in the music had been keyed to the specific room's resonance and could be sustained by the room's ambient magic directly. He touched the wall as he passed and the sleeping charm sustained itself without the harp needing to continue. He stepped over the dog's enormous paw with careful precision and through the trapdoor. Through the devil's snare, he encouraged it politely to release him, because it was a plant and plants responded to genuine communication rather than force, a thing he suspected Professor Sprout knew and had hoped someone would work out. Through the winged keys, which he didn't fly for because he found the one with the bent wing in 10 seconds by asking the room's ley line connected objects which key had been used most recently, and it practically flew to his hand. The chess game he walked past entirely because Ron had come through here an hour ago by an arrangement they'd made, played the winning sequence, and gone back. The board was already cleared. He went through the troll's room, the troll was unconscious, Ron's doing, and into the potion room where the puzzle of 7 bottles sat in a row with its logic challenge waiting to be cracked. He solved it in 40 seconds. Drank the right one. Went through the black flame. The underground chamber was everything the castle's awareness had shown him and one thing it hadn't. Quirrell was already inside, standing 10 feet from the mirror of Eriste, staring into it with the rigid, furious concentration of someone who couldn't make the mechanism work. He turned when Harry came through. Quirrell's face had changed since February. The degradation had accelerated, the way Harry had feared it might. The skin at his temples had a translucent quality, stretched, and his eyes were not entirely one color anymore, flashing between his own pale blue and something that was too red, too deep, like looking into something lit from below. Potter, Quirrell said, and the stutter was completely gone. Voldemort's inflection was the primary one now, Quirrell the diminishing instrument. I didn't expect you until I'd already taken it. I know, Harry said. That's why I'm here early. He walked into the chamber without urgency, looking at the mirror, looking at Quirrell, cataloguing the room with the automatic survey of someone who had been in this space via proxy and was now confirming measurements. 14 feet to the mirror. 8 feet to Quirrell. The ley line ran through the floor here, thin but present, a vein of current he could access if he needed it. The mirror is designed to defeat you, Harry said, conversationally. Dumbledore's enchantment gives the stone only to someone who wants it but wouldn't use it. You can't pass that test. You want to use it. And you? Quirrell asked. What do you want? To have a conversation, Harry said. I've been having it mostly with myself for months. It's time to have it with you. The red in Quirrell's eyes flared. Give me the stone. I don't have it yet, Harry said. Get it from the mirror. Why would I do that? Because I will kill you if you don't. And behind the words was the specific quality of a threat that believed itself, backed by genuine dark power, and the air in the chamber dropped 3 degrees. Harry felt it. He felt the threat land against his awareness and he assessed it honestly. Voldemort, even in this diminished state, was dangerous. Not to the degree he'd been at full power, not with the capacity he'd have once he was embodied, but dangerous in the way that cornered animals were dangerous, all the remaining resource channeled into the single action. He was not afraid. He was interested. I want to talk to him directly, Harry said. Not through you. To him. What makes you think? Because he's curious, Harry said. He's been curious since October. He told you to leave me alone and he's been thinking about me ever since because I'm not what he expected and Voldemort can't leave an anomaly alone. He's a researcher at heart. He always was. It's actually one of the more admirable things about him. The silence stretched. Then Quirrell's hand went slowly to the purple turban and began to unwrap it, and Harry stood still and watched, and what was revealed at the back of the man's head was not something he had a prior framework for even though he'd known intellectually what it was. The face on the back of Quirrell's skull was barely that, a suggestion of features, chalk white and flat, as if someone had pressed a mask against wet clay before it had finished forming. 2 red eyes. A mouth that moved. Harry Potter, Voldemort said, in a voice that was its own thing entirely, nothing like Quirrell's. Low and smooth and carrying, beneath the control of it, something that Harry identified correctly as the specific tone of a person who had decided to be honest because the pretense had stopped being useful. Tom Riddle, Harry said. The red eyes narrowed. Don't. It's your name, Harry said. I use people's names. I'm not people. You were, once, Harry said. An extraordinary one. Another silence. Harry used it to feel the chamber, the ley line, the mirror's enchantment, the quality of the dark magic coming off Quirrell's deteriorating form, and beneath that, sharp and clear and in the specific register Hermione had identified in her research, the fragment. The piece of Voldemort's soul anchored in Harry's scar, connected to the larger piece in front of him by a thread of dark magic that was, now that they were in proximity, vibrating like a plucked string. He felt it carefully. The theory Hermione had given him assembled itself in real time, the extraction mechanism she'd described clicking into place against what he was actually perceiving. She was right. The theory was sound. The conditions were met: proximity, activation, Parseltongue register. But he needed the fragment to destabilize first. Which meant he needed this conversation to go a specific direction. You made 7, Harry said. Horcruxes. You split yourself into 7 pieces and hid them and thought that made you safe. Something moved in the flat face. How do you know that? I've been counting, Harry said. The diary is going to surface in the next year or 2, someone will use it as a weapon and it will open the chamber and you'll get a partial resurrection out of it before it's destroyed. The ring is buried in the ruins of your grandfather's house. The locket is in a cave on the coast. The cup is in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. The diadem is in this school, in the 7th floor room, and it's been sitting there since you hid it as a student. He paused. And there's one that was never meant to be a Horcrux, that was made by accident, that you don't know about. The red eyes were very still. What are you? Voldemort asked, and it was the same question from October, but the quality of it was different now. In October it had been threat. Now it was something closer to genuine inquiry. I'm what you wanted to be when you were 11 years old, Harry said. Not what you thought you wanted. What you actually wanted. Before the wanting curdled into something else. He kept his voice even, clear, not cruel. You were afraid. You'd grown up afraid, no family, no name, no ground to stand on. You found magic and it was the first thing that felt like yours, and then you found your heritage and it was another piece of solid ground and you thought if you collected enough solid ground you could build something that would never shake. He watched the flat face. But you went too far. You started dismantling yourself to build the foundation and by the time you were done there was nothing left to stand on it. Don't, Voldemort said, and it was not a warning. It was the sound of something hitting a nerve that still had sensation in it, and that was more interesting than the warning would have been. I'm not trying to wound you, Harry said. I'm trying to tell you what I see when I look at you. Which is a man who made a series of increasingly catastrophic decisions from a place of fear, and who is now so reduced that he's clinging to the back of another man's skull waiting for an opportunity to steal an alchemical miracle. He paused. And I genuinely think that if you had known at 11 that this was where the road led, you would have chosen differently. The red eyes held his for a long moment. You think you're better than me, Voldemort said. No, Harry said. I think I had an easier start. You had nothing and I had what you wanted and I didn't have to fight for it the way you did. That's not virtue. That's just how it distributed. He moved one step closer to Quirrell, who had gone statue still, something in the deteriorating hosting mechanism apparently paused by whatever Voldemort was doing with the attention. I'm going to take the Horcrux out of my scar now. The silence was absolute. That's not possible, Voldemort said. You didn't know it was there until this conversation, Harry said. You've been operating on incomplete information. It was never supposed to happen, you didn't intend it, you didn't design it. It was a byproduct of a rebounded curse hitting a bloodline ward you couldn't have prepared for. You've been carrying a 7th piece for 10 years and you didn't know. He spoke without pleasure, without triumph. Just accuracy. The scar is the anchor. I'm going to sever it. If you sever it, the fragment disperses, Harry said. Which is fine, because the plan was never to collect them, it was to destroy them, and dispersal without a body to return to is functionally the same thing. There's a body, Voldemort said, and there was something in his voice that was purely the refusal of something that could not accept its own ending. I'll find another body. I'll come back. Severing one anchor doesn't, I know, Harry said. This isn't the end. I know that. I told you I wasn't trying to finish this tonight. I'm trying to do one specific thing. Remove the connection between us, because it's a vulnerability for both of us and I won't carry your piece anymore. He was now close enough to touch Quirrell if he reached out. And I'm going to ask you one thing before I do it. The red eyes waited. The diary, Harry said. When it surfaces, whoever you have set as the backup user, call it off. Because the diary opens the chamber and the chamber releases the basilisk and the basilisk will kill students. I can stop it, I will stop it, but people will be hurt in the process and the hurt will be real even if I contain the end of it. He held the red gaze. You were a student here once. You know what this place means. Don't use it as a weapon. Nothing in the chamber moved. I have no control over the diary from here, Voldemort said, finally. The chain of events was established before this. Then the hurt that happens is on your ledger, Harry said, simply, without heat. I know you don't think ledgers matter. But they do. He raised his hand. He spoke in Parseltongue, not the words Hermione had found but the meaning beneath them, the direct register of his bloodline speaking to the dark register of Voldemort's anchoring magic, and what he said was essentially, release. Unmake. You were never supposed to be here. The fragment in his scar hurt him. It was the most extraordinary sensation he had ever experienced, not painful, not violent, but enormous, the way that pulling a splinter from deep in flesh is not painful but is a complete resolution of something that has been there so long you'd stopped counting it. The warmth in his forehead flared, gold-silver, and he felt the fragment loosen, felt the anchor points give way one by one, felt the bidirectional connection, the thing that had run between him and Voldemort like a live wire since the night of the curse, go quiet. Not dead. Just severed. The fragment dispersed, as he'd said, and the dark current that ran through the scar closed like a door. Quirrell made a sound like a man waking from something. Voldemort's face was very still. How, he said. And then didn't finish the sentence. Old magic, Harry said. Older than you. He stepped back. The mirror of Eriste was behind him and he could feel it, its enchantment warm and attentive, and he turned and looked into it and thought, sincerely and completely, of the stone in its underground space with no one using it, the stone simply existing in the world without being exploited, and felt something press into his hand from inside the glass. He looked down. The philosopher's stone sat in his palm, warm and smooth and very small for something with that much magic in it, reddish-dark, dense. He closed his fingers around it. The stone stays with me tonight, he said, to Quirrell, to Voldemort. I'm taking it to Dumbledore and he'll decide what happens to it. I'd suggest he destroys it. Nicholas Flamel has had enough extra time and an immortality object loose in the world is a liability. But that's his conversation to have. Quirrell had sunk to his knees. The deterioration that had been gradual was accelerating now, the hosting structure was collapsing, the shared magical field that had kept Voldemort anchored in the man's body destabilizing as Voldemort's attention was consumed by what had just happened to the scar. Harry could see it, the way the man's form was starting to go translucent at the edges, the way his hands were becoming something other than hands. Leave him, Harry said, in Parseltongue, and he aimed it at Voldemort rather than Quirrell. You're going to lose the host either way. You know it. Leave him clean and take your chances. He didn't know if Voldemort would listen. He didn't know if the entity was capable of mercy toward a host body, of prioritizing a clean exit over the last dregs of control. He'd asked because asking was always worth doing. The red light faded from Quirrell's eyes. The man collapsed forward and Harry caught him with one arm, which was awkward given the height difference but was the only thing that stood between Quirrell and the stone floor, and lowered him down carefully. Quirrell's face, unconscious, looked extraordinarily young. A cold wind moved through the chamber without a source, and then it was gone, and Harry sat on the floor of the underground chamber with a dying man's head in his lap and the philosopher's stone in his closed fist and felt the ley line below him pulse once, steady and clear. He put his free hand on the stone floor. I need Dumbledore, he said, to the castle. The castle, which had been watching all of it, already knew. Dumbledore arrived 11 minutes later. He came through the trapdoor looking like a man who had turned back from London the moment the castle reached out to him through whatever his own connection to it was, and he came in fast, robes swept back, nothing of the twinkling grandeur, just a man who was frightened and moving. He stopped when he saw Harry. Harry on the floor with Quirrell's head in his lap. The stone in his closed hand. The chamber quiet and cold around them. Is he alive? Dumbledore asked. Yes. The hosting structure collapsed. He'll need significant medical care but he's alive. Dumbledore crossed the floor and crouched and assessed Quirrell with swift, careful movements, and his face did the thing it did when he was managing emotion with the full force of considerable practice. Then he looked at Harry. The scar, he said. Harry looked up at him. The fragment is gone. I severed it. How? Hermione found the mechanism, Harry said. I executed it. She gets the credit. Dumbledore looked at the scar on Harry's forehead, which was, for the first time in 10 years, simply a scar, no dark resonance, no bidirectional current, just the thin lightning bolt shape of an old wound with nothing extraordinary about it anymore. His expression was extraordinary. Not relief exactly, though relief was part of it. Something more complete, the look of a man who has been carrying a terrible plan as a last resort and has just been shown that the last resort was not, in fact, necessary. "The stone," he said. Harry opened his hand and held it out. Dumbledore took it. He held it for a moment, and then he wrapped it in a conjured cloth and put it in his pocket with the decisive efficiency of a man who had already decided what was happening to it. "Nicholas will understand," he said. "He's had a long life. He said so himself." "Good," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. "Voldemort? Gone. Not destroyed, I was clear about that. Still out there, reduced further, one anchor shorter. He'll need years and a new host before he's a real threat again." He paused. "Years is enough time to find the others. The Horcruxes. I have a list. Hermione has a document." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Harry, are you all right?" Harry considered this honestly. "Yes," he said. "Tired. And I'm going to need a day before I can give you the full debrief. But yes." Dumbledore helped Quirrell onto a transfigured stretcher and they made their way back through the chambers, the potions room, the chessboard, the devil's snare, and Harry walked through each and thought about the months of planning and the execution and the thing in his forehead that had been a closed door since he was 1 year old and was now simply gone. He didn't feel lighter exactly. The weight had never been the scar itself, he understood now, the weight was knowledge, the understanding of what was still ahead, the Horcruxes and Voldemort's eventual return and everything he was still going to need to do. But one thing was over. One piece was clean. That was worth something. They came out of the trapdoor into the third-floor corridor and the castle breathed around him, warm and steady, and Harry stood straight and looked at the ceiling and let himself have exactly one moment of complete and uncomplicated acknowledgement that he'd done what he intended to do. Then he turned to Dumbledore and said, "I have some thoughts about the restricted section access for next year." Dumbledore looked at him over his half-moon glasses for a long moment. "Of course you do," he said. They walked back toward the inhabited parts of the castle, Quirrell floating between them, the stone in Dumbledore's pocket and the scar on Harry's forehead finally, simply, quiet. Chapter 6, What Merlin Left Behind. The summer after first year arrived with the particular relief of a long-held breath finally released, and Harry spent the first 3 days of it in Dumbledore's office working through the debrief he'd promised. It was thorough. Harry laid out everything, the full Horcrux theory, Hermione's research document which he'd brought with him, the ley line surveys, the chamber's location, Voldemort's projected timeline for return, the diary and what it would do when it surfaced, the specific hiding locations of the artifacts he'd identified with enough confidence to put on paper. He spoke clearly and methodically and without editorializing, and Dumbledore listened with the complete attention of someone who had decided to receive rather than manage, which Harry appreciated. On the third day, Dumbledore said, "You should not be returning to the Dursleys." "I know," Harry said. "I've been thinking about that. The blood protection technically requires, the blood protection was tied to Lily Potter's sacrifice and the anchor is Petunia Dursley's blood acknowledgement," Harry said. "The ward itself has been deteriorating for 3 years because the emotional conditions that sustain it, Petunia's genuine care for my welfare, have never been adequately present. It's been running on the magical technicality rather than the actual intention." He paused. "Also I'm 11 and I've been living in a cupboard." Dumbledore was quiet. "I know you made the choice you thought was right," Harry said. "I'm not relitigating it. I'm saying the situation has changed." "Where would you go?" Dumbledore asked. "I have somewhere in mind," Harry said. "It's not a conventional arrangement. I'll need your help with the ministry side of it, but the location itself is available to me." Dumbledore looked at him over his glasses. "Glastonbury," he said, and it was not a guess. Harry looked at him. You know. I've known since February that you accessed the Emery's vault. Ragnarok is not precisely forthcoming, but the fact of the access was recorded. He folded his hands. I've been waiting to see whether you'd tell me. I was going to tell you when I'd confirmed the archive was accessible, Harry said. I haven't been there in person yet. And you intend to go this summer? I intend to live there this summer, Harry said. Or as close to it as the Ministry's minor magical welfare rules allow. The conversation that followed was complicated and long and involved Dumbledore making 3 separate fluke calls, one of which seemed to cause the recipient significant distress, and at the end of it Harry had a Ministry-approved independent residence authorization, technically filed under the category of heritage property residence for minor heirs of ancient magical estates, a category that existed specifically because the old families had insisted on it centuries ago and no one had ever thought to remove it, and Dumbledore had a look on his face that Harry had started to identify as the one he wore when something had exceeded his expectations in a direction he hadn't prepared for. I'll visit, Dumbledore said. If you're amenable. Always, Harry said. Bring biscuits. The archive doesn't have a kitchen. Dumbledore's mouth curved. I'll bring the lemon sherbets. Those too, Harry said. He went to Glastonbury by train, which took 3 hours and involved 2 changes and a brief confusion about platform numbers that had nothing to do with magic, and he arrived in the early afternoon with his trunk and Hedwig in his moleskin pouch and the very specific feeling of someone approaching a thing they have been moving toward for a very long time. Glastonbury Tor rose out of the Somerset levels with the straightforward authority of something that had been there long enough to stop justifying its own presence. Harry had felt it from the train. The lay convergence beneath it was not like the thin line under Privet Drive's park or even the dense court of Hogwarts. It was a node, a fundamental point in the British magical network, the place where more lines of significant current crossed than anywhere else in the country, and the accumulated magical pressure of millennia of that convergence had left the landscape itself changed, the air different, the light falling at angles that had nothing to do with the position of the sun. He walked up the Tor in the afternoon with his trunk shrunk in his pocket and Hedwig on his arm and felt the ground beneath his feet talking with every step, not in words but in the continuous vibration of something enormously present. The entrance to the archive was not on the Tor itself. It was at the base of the eastern slope, a section of hillside that looked, to ordinary perception, like an unremarkable stretch of chalk and grass. Harry pressed both palms against it and identified the ward structure, ancient, layered, the kind of magic that had been accumulating modifications for centuries, each generation's additions sitting on top of the last's like sediment, and beneath all of them the original working, which had a quality he recognized immediately. He spoke to it in the old language, the deep register, the one that felt like memory rather than learning, and the hillside opened. Not dramatically. There was no great crack or rumble, just a quiet, deliberate absence appearing where the hillside had been, and beyond it a passage carved from the chalk with a precision that suggested the tools used had not been conventional ones. The walls had the same knotwork pattern as the vault door at Gringotts, the same lines that were also maps, and the passage was lit by a continuous phosphorescent glow that came from the chalk itself rather than from any external source. Harry walked in and the hillside closed behind him. The archive was 3 interconnected chambers, which was both less and more than he'd expected. Less because 3 chambers sounded modest. More because each chamber was roughly the size of Hogwarts's Great Hall, the ceilings lost in the phosphorescent height, and the walls and most of the floor space were occupied by the things Merlin had left there over a span of several centuries. The first chamber was the library. Books, actual books, bound and preserved by preservation charms of the specific kind that rendered materials immune to time rather than just resistant to it, stacked in arrangements that Harry understood, once he looked at them, were organized according to a logic that was not alphabetical or categorical but structural, the way a mind is organized. Adjacent things were conceptually adjacent, which meant finding what he was looking for would require him to learn the system, which would in turn require him to understand the mind that built the system, which was, he suspected, the point. He put his trunk down in the corner of the first chamber and let Hedwig out, and she circled the space twice and settled on a high shelf with the satisfied expression of someone who had found the best perch in the room without needing to try others. The second chamber was a laboratory. Equipment, some of it recognizable as magical tools he had framework for, some of it not recognizable at all, arranged on stone benches with the organized precision of a working space rather than a preserved one. He touched nothing yet. He walked through it and catalogued with his eyes and extended his senses to the ambient magical residue that clung to the workbenches and understood, from the quality of that residue, that the work done here had been of a kind that didn't have a name in the current curriculum. The third chamber was almost empty. One table. One chair. One object on the table that Harry recognized from the vault journal, a shallow stone basin about 18 inches across, its interior carved with the same mapping symbols as the walls, currently empty. He stood over it for a long moment and felt from it a potential energy quality, the sense of something that was ready to be used rather than something that had been used and left. He touched the rim carefully. "That," said the not voice, with a warmth that was more specific than usual, "is the thing I most wanted you to find." "What is it?" Harry asked. "The record," it said. "Everything I understood about magic." "Not a book, books are sequential and understanding isn't. A direct transfer, if you're willing." Harry looked at the basin. "How long does it take?" "The whole summer," it said. "Which is why the timing is right." He pulled the chair up and sat down and put both hands on the rim of the basin and felt it come alive under his palms, warm and attentive, something beginning to turn like a very large, very slow wheel. "All right," he said. "Show me." The summer became something unlike anything he had words for, which was itself interesting because words were usually his primary interface with experience. Every morning he went into the third chamber and sat at the basin and received, and what came through was not instruction, not the formal sequential transmission of curriculum, but something more like weather. Large patterns first, the shape of how magic worked at the most fundamental level, the principles beneath the principles, the logic that explained why spell A and spell B and spell C all worked rather than just cataloging that they did. Then finer detail, emerging from the large pattern the way detail emerges when you move closer to something. The way ley lines interacted with intention. The mechanism of ancient wards, not just how to cast them but what they were actually doing at the level of magical physics. Healing. Navigation. The specific magic of living things and how it differed from worked magic and why that difference mattered. He came out of the third chamber every afternoon disoriented in the specific way of someone whose mind has been receiving faster than it can fully process, and he spent those evenings in the library, where the organizational logic of the first chamber had started to make sense to him in the way that languages make sense after sufficient immersion, not a click of understanding but a gradual coherence, the structure of it becoming navigable. He wrote letters in the evenings. Hermione, who was in France with her parents and writing to him from a rented villa with the focused correspondence of someone who had very deliberately packed 6 research notebooks in her holiday luggage, received pages of notes and questions and references and sent back pages of the same. Their exchange had the quality of 2 researchers working different angles of the same problem, which was essentially what they were. He wrote to Neville, shorter letters, less theoretical, more, he thought carefully about this, more directional. He'd been thinking about Neville's situation since May, about the grandmother who watched in silence, and he wrote about what he'd found in the archive about plant magic specifically, which was a whole field that the Hogwarts curriculum nodded toward and then mostly left alone, the actual mechanisms of magical herbology almost completely undeveloped past the practical level. He described what the archive was showing him about the communication systems of magical plants, the way they stored and transmitted information through root networks, the specific magical signatures of different species. Neville's responses were the most interesting letters he received all summer. They started carefully, 1 or 2 sentences of genuine engagement buried in social niceties, and progressively shed the niceties until by August they were dense, excited pages about the plants in his grandmother's greenhouse, observations Neville had been making for years that he'd never had a framework for, the delight of someone who has been given the language for things they already knew. Ron wrote 2 short chaotic letters from wherever the Weasley family went in summer, and Harry wrote back with equal chaos and genuine warmth. He wrote to Dumbledore once a week with updates. Dumbledore wrote back with the quality of someone who was reading everything carefully and responding thoughtfully and was also clearly exercising significant restraint about not asking more questions, which Harry appreciated as the courtesy it was. Dumbledore visited in the second week of July, as promised. He came in the evening with lemon sherbets and a tin of proper biscuits, shortbread, which Harry had not known he specifically wanted until it was in front of him, and sat in the first chamber and looked at everything with the contained wonder of a man confronting something he had known existed in theory and had not, until now, encountered in practice. The Emery's Archive, Dumbledore said. The accessible portion, Harry said. There are 2 more chambers I haven't opened yet. The ward structures are different, more specific, deeper authentication. I'll get there. Dumbledore looked at him over his shortbread. You're different from a year ago. The basin in the 3rd chamber, Harry said. It's a direct transfer. Not learning, exactly, more like being given the capacity to understand things you were already reaching for. What have you received? The fundamentals of how magic actually works at the physical level, Harry said. Ley line mechanics in full. Ancient ward theory. Healing foundations. The magic of living systems. He paused. The beginning of what Merlin was actually building, which is a project for next year at the earliest, it requires working knowledge of several things I haven't finished absorbing. What was he building? Dumbledore asked, and the question had the quality of genuine curiosity rather than strategic inquiry. A network, Harry said. Not just mapping the ley lines, maintaining them. The lines degrade when they're not tended, the way any living system degrades without care. He built maintenance nodes at every significant convergence point. Most of them are still functioning, but 3 or 4 have gone dark in the last century and the degradation is starting to affect the adjacent lines. He looked at the 1st chamber's walls. It's why some of the older wards across Britain are failing. The infrastructure is wearing out. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. And the Heir of Merlin is the maintenance system. The Heir of Merlin is the only one who can access the nodes, Harry corrected. That doesn't mean I have to do it alone. It means I'm the only one who can open the door. What happens inside is a separate conversation. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that Harry had started to identify as the one he wore specifically in response to Harry, a particular combination of relief and respect and something more personal that was probably connected to the grief he carried about James and Lily and hadn't fully resolved. You're rebuilding it, Dumbledore said. The whole system. Eventually, Harry said. First I need to deal with the Horcruxes. In order. The diary, Dumbledore said. The diary. Harry had thought about this carefully. It's going to surface this year. I believe Lucius Malfoy has it. He's smart enough to have obtained one of Voldemort's artifacts and cautious enough to sit on it until it's useful. The question is when he decides to use it and who he gives it to. Do you know how it works? It possesses, Harry said. It establishes a parasitic relationship with an emotionally vulnerable host, builds trust, then uses the host to act. The specific action it's designed to take is opening the Chamber of Secrets, which releases the basilisk, which, given the school population, would be catastrophic. He kept his voice level. I need to intercept either Malfoy's use of it or the possession itself, before the chamber opens. Before, Dumbledore said, with emphasis on the word. Before, Harry confirmed. The diary should never open the chamber. What I'm less certain of is the interception point. Could it be destroyed preemptively? If I can get my hands on it, yes. Hermione found the destruction method. You need something powerful enough to break the soul anchor, something that counteracts the dark magic at the anchoring frequency. Basilisk venom works, but that's circular given the context. Fiend fire. Or, he paused. Or. Dumbledore prompted. Or a killing curse directly into the object, which requires a caster willing to commit to the intent, which has its own complications. Dumbledore was quiet. Harry didn't push it. Some things needed space to settle. The Sword of Gryffindor, Dumbledore said, eventually. It's been impregnated with basilisk venom over the centuries. Goblin-made steel absorbs what makes it stronger. Harry looked at him. I didn't know that. Not in the archive, Dumbledore said, with the hint of something satisfied in his expression. There are still things I know that you don't. Clearly, Harry said, with genuine pleasure, because he found gaps in his knowledge useful rather than threatening. Can I access it? In theory, any Gryffindor of sufficient need can call it to themselves, Dumbledore said. In practice, the sword generally has opinions about what constitutes sufficient need. What would its threshold be? Genuine valor in genuine danger, Dumbledore said. Not performance. The real thing. Harry thought about this. So the plan would be, let the diary surface, track the possession, intercept when the host is in the chamber, use the sword on the diary. That's a significant amount of exposure for the host, Dumbledore said carefully. The basilisk is the real danger to the host, Harry said. The diary's possession is psychically damaging but reversible with early intervention. The basilisk can kill. So the order of operations is, deal with the basilisk first, then deal with the diary. A first-year student facing a basilisk, Dumbledore said, and it was not quite an objection, more a man confirming he understood the statement correctly. A second-year student, Harry said, with the full Emery's archive behind him and a sword impregnated with basilisk venom, who speaks Parseltongue and can navigate the chamber without a guide. He met Dumbledore's eyes steadily. I'm not going in blind. I'm going in with more preparation than anyone has brought to this problem in 50 years. Dumbledore held his gaze for a long moment. Then, with the look of a man who was making the hardest kind of peace, the kind where you trust someone else's judgment because the alternative is not trusting it and you've seen the evidence, he nodded. What do you need from me? Access to the sword when I need it, Harry said. Your office is the most logical repository. If I need it during the year, I should be able to call it from there. He paused. And Malfoy. Watch Lucius Malfoy. He'll have to use Draco as a vector for the diary. Draco's the natural access point to a student population, and the ministry side of whatever Lucius does will leave tracks. Dumbledore's eyes went very still at Draco's name. Draco Malfoy, he said. He doesn't know what the diary is, Harry said. I want to be clear about that. He'll be used as a delivery mechanism, not a knowing participant. He's 12. He kept his voice level because it was an important distinction and he wanted it heard that way. Whatever happens with the diary, the blame belongs to Lucius, not Draco. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment. You like him, he said, with the tone of someone making an observation that surprised them slightly. I find him interesting, Harry said. And I think he's significantly more than what his father has made him. Those aren't the same thing as liking him. He paused. Though I suppose I like him a bit too. Dumbledore ate his shortbread with the expression of a man experiencing several emotions at once and organizing them by priority. Late July brought a complication. Harry was in the second chamber, the laboratory, working through the equipment with the careful patience of someone learning instruments they didn't have a manual for, when Hedwig arrived with 2 letters, one from Hermione and one from a ministry owl he didn't recognize. Hermione's letter was about the locket. She'd tracked the estate auction from 1975 to a subsequent private sale and then to a charity shop in Brixton in 1979, and the charity shop's records, which she had accessed through a combination of written request, personal visit during her family's return to London, and what she described as significant persuasive effort, showed it had been purchased by a man who matched the description of Mundungus Fletcher, a name Harry had encountered in Dumbledore's correspondence references as a minor criminal in the magical world with a sideline in stolen artifacts. This was excellent work and he wrote back immediately to tell her so. The ministry letter was from the Department of Underage Magic Restriction. It informed him that a spell had been cast at his registered place of residence, Privet Drive, because the ministry's records hadn't updated for his residence authorization, and this constituted a violation of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage wizardry. He looked at the letter for a long time. Then he went through his operational notes for July and identified what they were referring to. He'd done a small demonstration in the library for Mrs. Aldworth, who had kept a careful secret about him for 4 years and who he'd decided deserved, before he vanished into a different life, to know what the secret actually was. He'd moved 3 books from floor level to their correct shelves simultaneously without touching them, and she'd looked at this for a long moment and then said, well, in a voice that encompassed several years of careful not asking, and they'd had a very good conversation. The letter was about those 3 books. He wrote back to the ministry with precise technical language about the heritage property residence authorization, the specific clause that exempted authorized residents of ancient magical estates from standard underage magic monitoring on the grounds that the estate's own magical systems interfered with the monitoring infrastructure, and the fact that the books in question had been moved within a registered magical heritage site using a ward-integrated technique rather than discrete spell casting. The response came in 4 days and said, essentially, that they hadn't known about the exemption clause and the matter was dropped. He filed it under administrative landscape, known weaknesses and moved on. He also wrote to Mrs. Aldworth. He told her what he was, as simply and clearly as he could in a letter, because she deserved the full version rather than the demonstration-only version. He told her about the bloodline and the archive and the school and what was ahead. He told her that she had been one of 3 adults in his first 11 years who had treated him like a person, and that the books she'd set aside for him had started this, all of it, because the mythology section had led to the folklore section and the folklore section had led to the specific footnote on page 237. She wrote back in 10 days with a letter that was warm and clear and wholly characteristic of her, the writing of someone who had suspected they were adjacent to something significant for years and felt no particular need to perform amazement about having it confirmed. She said she was glad he'd told her. She said to come back and visit when he could. She said she'd add a section on magical history to her special requests shelf. He wrote back and told her he'd be there in August. He went in August, and it was a good afternoon. The thing about the Horcruxes that Harry had been circling for months was the problem of sequencing. He had locations, probable, in most cases, confirmed in 2. He had destruction methods, the sword, or fiend fire, or in extreme cases a sufficiently powerful direct magical assault from a bloodline source, which was to say himself. He had timelines, the diary was the immediate concern, the others could be approached in the school year spaces if he planned carefully. What he didn't have yet was the ring. The ring concerned him specifically because of what Hermione had found in the cross-reference document about its properties. Most Horcruxes were simply anchors, dark, wrongly made, but fundamentally just objects with soul fragments attached. The ring was different. It had been made using the original vessel of the Resurrection Stone, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, and the enchantment structure was consequently layered in a way that made simple destruction potentially catastrophic, the kind of magical interaction where destroying the Horcrux while the Hallow's enchantment was active could rebound in unpredictable directions. He'd been modeling this in the 3rd Chamber's basin work, using the fundamental magical physics he'd received to construct a theoretical framework for safe extraction of the soul fragment from the ring without triggering the Hallow interaction. By August he had a working theory. By late August he had a process. He wrote it up in a 6-page document in the precise technical language of the archive and sent it to Dumbledore with a note that said, "The ring is near Little Hangleton. When you go for it, do not put it on. I mean this with more emphasis than I can communicate by letter. The Resurrection Stone's enchantment is a trap." Dumbledore's response arrived the next morning, which suggested he'd been waiting. "I have been aware of the ring's location for some time and have been held back precisely by the concern you identify. Your process document will require careful study before I can evaluate it. In the interim, I give you my word that I will not act on the ring without consulting you first. APWBDPS. I may have put it on. I want to be honest with you about this before it becomes relevant. I haven't yet. But the temptation has been considerable." Harry read this twice and felt, for a moment, the specific unease of someone who has given someone else a warning and watches them confirm they've been standing at the edge of the thing they were warned about. He wrote back, "Thank you for telling me. Don't go near it again until we've talked. I mean this very specifically, Professor. The trap in the ring is not just physical. It will show you what you want most. I'm asking you to wait. The response, I will wait. You have my word. He sat with that for a while. The basin's warmth at the back of his mind. The archive around him, patient and full. Hedwig asleep on her shelf. He thought about the mirror of Erist in the underground chamber and Voldemort's flat, chalk-white face and the bidirectional connection that was gone from his forehead now, cleanly gone, leaving nothing behind but the scar itself. One thing at a time. That was the only sensible approach. He went back into the third chamber and sat down at the basin. The diary arrived in September. He didn't know this immediately. He felt it the way he felt most significant things, an alteration in the background, a wrong note in the general magical current, the specific dark resonance of a Horcrux artifact close enough to be within his range. He felt it at King's Cross. He'd come back to London from Glastonbury 2 days before the start of term and spent those days sorting his notes and organizing his second-year approach. The station was its usual chaos of the 1st of September, the platform 9 3/4 scramble, the families and the trunks and the particular Weasley brand of organized disorder arriving at high volume and then sorting itself out through sheer family momentum. He found the resonance when he was helping a first year whose cage had come open and whose owl had ideas about escaping, and he located it by direction and distance and stopped for a moment with the first year's owl in his hands and did a careful survey. Malfoy family. The specific Malfoy family signature he'd been tracking since he'd first identified Draco's magical register in first year, old family, very old, the specific quality of inherited magic that had been accumulating for generations. And underneath it, the dark artifact signature, the Horcrux's particular wrong frequency vibration. Lucius Malfoy was somewhere on this platform. Harry returned the owl to the first year with a calm he felt in full, thanked her for her patience, and moved through the crowd with the purposeful ease of someone who knew exactly where they were going. He found Lucius Malfoy by Ginny Weasley's cauldron. He'd known Lucius by sight from photographs in the archive's historical section, a tall, pale man with the particular carriage of old money and the specific smile of someone who had learned to wear civility as a weapon rather than a courtesy. He was speaking to Ginny Weasley and her father in the way that people speak when they are being deliberately condescending about it, his cane tapping once against the station floor, and his hand was in Ginny Weasley's school bag. He was sliding something in. Harry was 12 feet away. He felt the Horcrux's resonance spike as it changed hands, the diary passing from Lucius's possession to Ginny's bag, deliberate and unseen. Ginny was looking at her father, who was looking at Lucius with the contained fury of a man in a public place, and no one was watching Lucius's hand. Harry watched Lucius's hand. He didn't intervene. Not here, not now. The diary in Ginny's bag was dormant, not active. The possession required a host to start writing in it, to engage with it willingly, and Ginny Weasley hadn't done that yet. Removing it now would be observable and complicated, and the better option was to track it, to know exactly where it was, to monitor the moment it became active and move then with full information rather than now with partial. He stepped back into the crowd and let Lucius finish his conversation and walk away, and he felt the man's magical signature recede through the barrier and the Horcrux's signature settle in the pocket of Ginny Weasley's school bag like a coin dropped in water. He found Ron on the platform, who was looking for him, and smiled and said everything was fine, and meant it, because everything was manageable, and manageable was the same as fine for practical purposes. "You look like you're thinking about something," Ron said. "Always," Harry said. "Anything I need to worry about?" Harry considered this. "Not today," he said. "Today's just the train." Ron accepted this with the easy trust he'd developed over a year of being Harry's friend, which was to say he took it at face value because Harry's face value was generally accurate, and they found their compartment and Hermione was already there with 3 notebooks open and Neville arrived looking considerably more settled than a year ago, Trevor the Toad secured in a properly latched cage, and the train moved north through England with all of them in it. Harry sat by the window and felt the ley lines passing beneath them as the landscape changed, the current shifting with the geology, and in the pocket of Ginny Weasley's school bag 2 compartments down, the diary sat quiet and patient and dark. He tracked it. He would keep tracking it. When it moved, when it activated, he would be there. He looked at his friends around him. Hermione already in conversation with Neville about the plant communication systems Harry had written about, Ron telling a story about something that had happened with the gnomes in the garden that was apparently very long and required significant hand gestures. He felt, sitting in the window seat with the Horcrux's dark hum at the edge of his awareness and the ley lines singing under the wheels, the specific quality of someone who was exactly where they were supposed to be. October came and Harry had the diary tracked to the third-floor girls' dormitory in Gryffindor, which was a logistical complication, and by early November he knew Ginny was writing in it. He knew because the Horcrux's signature had changed, activated, engaged with a host, the possession beginning its slow parasitic work. The resonance had developed an additional layer, a second voice in the dark frequency that was distinctly Ginny's young, bright magical signature, and the two were already starting to blur at the edges. He needed to move. The problem was access. He couldn't go into the third-floor girls' dormitory. He couldn't simply take the diary from Ginny's possession without explanation, and Ginny was 11 and had no framework for being told that her diary was a soul fragment belonging to a Dark Lord that was currently in the process of possessing her. He needed an intermediary. He went to the room of requirement on a Tuesday evening and sat there with the problem and worked it carefully. He had Hermione, who had a theoretical framework and the ability to engage Ginny in a way Harry couldn't. He had the ley line tracking, which gave him real-time awareness of the diary's location and Ginny's current state of possession, which was early enough to be reversible. He had the sword, accessible through Dumbledore. He needed to get the diary out of Ginny's hands. Then he needed to destroy it. He wrote a note. Hermione read the note twice at breakfast and then looked up with the expression she used specifically when she had absorbed a plan and identified both its good points and its problems. "She's not going to hand it over willingly," Hermione said, very quietly, leaning across the table. "She will if you explain what it is," Harry said. "She's 11. I'm 12. If I walk up to her and tell her the diary she's been writing in is possessed by Voldemort, she's going to think I'm mad." "Then don't lead with Voldemort," Harry said. "Lead with the symptoms. Has she looked pale to you?" Hermione paused. "Then, actually, yes. Since October. I thought it was, I thought she was just quiet, she's been settling into Hogwarts, the possession drains," Harry said. "She'll be having memory gaps she hasn't mentioned because she doesn't have context for them. She'll have been feeling cold. She may have found herself in places she doesn't remember walking to." He kept his voice level. "Go to her as a friend. Lead with those symptoms. Let her tell you." Hermione looked at him for a long, careful moment. "If she tells me, I can ask about the diary." "Yes. And if she hands it over willingly, it's not taken, it's given." "Yes. Harry, if she hands it over to me and then I destroy it, I'll be there when you do it," Harry said. "You won't be holding it alone for any longer than it takes to get it to me." She looked at the table for a moment. Then up. "When?" "Tonight," he said. "Before it progresses further." That evening, Hermione went to Ginny Weasley. Harry sat in the common room and tracked through the lay-connected awareness, the diary's location, the state of the possession, the subtle shifts in Ginny's magical signature that he'd been reading for 2 weeks. He felt the conversation happen, not in words but in the changes in the energy, the way Ginny's signature went from closed to cautious to something more open, the way she was being genuinely heard perhaps for the first time since the start of term. He felt the moment Ginny went to get the diary. He was up the stairs, the girls' staircase, which didn't convert for him because he went up it like someone with a purpose and the castle recognized purposes, and at the door of the second-year girls' dormitory in the time it took Ginny to find the diary in her trunk. He knocked. Hermione opened the door with an expression that acknowledged his presence, acknowledged the stairs' non-conversion which she'd clearly noticed and would be asking about later, and stepped back. Ginny Weasley was small and red-haired and looked, up close, considerably worse than she had from across the common room, paler than any 11-year-old should be, with the specific quality of someone who had been slowly losing something they couldn't name. She was holding the diary against her chest and she looked at Harry with an expression that was simultaneously wary and, beneath the wariness, profoundly relieved that something was happening. "Hi," Harry said. "Hi," Ginny said. "Can I have that?" he asked, and nodded at the diary. She held it for a moment. He could feel the Horcrux's dark resonance trying to pull against the motion, the possessive quality of an object that had been working on its host for weeks and had developed an attachment, not a genuine attachment, a hook, the manufactured feeling of an intimate relationship that was entirely predatory. "It talks to me," Ginny said, quietly. "The diary." I know, Harry said. "That's what it's designed to do." "Is it dangerous?" "Extremely," Harry said, with the honest directness he'd always found worked better with children than with adults, because children hadn't yet learned to protect themselves from the truth in the same ways. "But not to you anymore, once it's out of your hands. You haven't done anything wrong." He held her gaze. "You were targeted specifically because you're in this school and you came from a family Voldemort considered his enemies. It wasn't your fault." Ginny looked at him for a moment with the expression of someone who has been holding themselves responsible for something bad and is being released from it by information. She held out the diary. He took it. The moment his hand closed around it, the Horcrux's resonance hit him at full force, the dark frequency, Voldemort's anchored fragment pressing against his senses with the specific aggression of something that recognized him and understood what he intended, and he held it without flinching, without recoiling, and looked at it with the clear-eyed assessment he'd brought to everything since he was 8 years old in a cupboard with a warm vial in his hand. "Hello," he said to it, in Parseltongue. "You're not going to enjoy the next 5 minutes." The diary thrashed in his grip. Not physically, the dark energy of it, the soul fragment pushing against the object's surface, testing, looking for a vector out. "No," he said, to the pushing. "You stay there." He turned to Hermione. "Sword," he said. She'd planned for this. She'd spoken to Dumbledore 2 days ago at Harry's request and the sword was here, brought to the dormitory in a long case that she'd had behind the door, and she opened the case and Harry looked at Godric Gryffindor's sword and appreciated it, the way you appreciate a tool that has been made by someone who understood exactly what they were making it for. He set the diary on the floor. He picked up the sword in his free hand. It was heavy, heavier than he'd expected, and calibrated for a grown adult rather than a 12-year-old, but he'd been stronger than he looked since the potion and the summer's work had added to that, and he looked at the diary one more time. The fragment inside it was aware. It was aware in the cold, calculating way Voldemort was aware of things, and it was frightened in the specific way that a thing which has spent decades trying to avoid death becomes frightened when the avoiding is over. He thought about Tom Riddle at 11 in this school. He thought about what the boy had been before fear turned him into an architecture. "I'm sorry it went this way," he said, and meant it honestly. Then he brought the sword down. The diary didn't burst or shatter. It came apart, which was a quieter and more complete thing, the pages separating, the leather splitting, and from the center of it a black formless exhaust of dark energy, the soul fragment dispersing with the characteristic sound he'd heard in the underground chamber, the sound of something that had been held together by will and intent finally losing both. Ginny made a sound behind him. He turned. She was standing up straighter. The pallor in her face was already changing, the color returning with the speed of something that had been suppressed rather than permanently affected. She looked at the ruined diary on the dormitory floor and then at Harry and then at Hermione and said, in a voice that was shaky and entirely her own, is it gone?" "Yes," Harry said. "Completely." She sat down on her bed and her whole body was the posture of someone who has put down something very heavy and is rediscovering what it feels like to stand without it. He let her sit. He cleaned the diary's remains off the floor with a quick wandless effort and looked at Hermione, who was watching Ginny with the focused, warm concern of someone who genuinely cared about what she was seeing. "She needs sleep," Hermione said quietly. "And probably a lot of food tomorrow." "I'll tell Ron," Harry said. "He'll know how to handle it with the family." "He'll try to handle it himself and make a mess of it," Hermione said. "Yes," Harry said, but with a lot of love, which is the important part. He took the sword back to the door case and closed it and picked it up to return to Dumbledore's office, and he paused at the dormitory door and looked at Ginny one more time. She met his eyes. "Thank you," she said. "You're the one who gave it up," he said. That was the hard part. He left them there and walked through the castle with the sword case under his arm and the dispersed Horcrux already fading into the background of the ley line current, harmless now, just another piece of dark magic reduced to nothing, and felt the castle breathing around him with the steady warmth of something that was very glad about what had just happened. 2, said the not voice. 2, Harry agreed. 5 to go. He walked through the quiet nighttime castle, up and up to the headmaster's tower, and knocked on the door, and the evening continued. Chapter 7, The Heir Speaks. The Chamber of Secrets never opened. This was the absence at the center of second year, the thing that didn't happen, the crisis that didn't materialize, the students who didn't end up petrified in the corridors because the trigger mechanism had been removed from the equation before it could be used. Harry tracked the absence the way you track a cavity once the tooth has been dealt with, aware of the space where the problem had been. What filled the space was everything else. Draco Malfoy noticed the diary was gone in November. Harry knew this because Draco's behavior changed in a way that was small but specific, a subtle watchfulness that had replaced his usual performed certainty, a quality of lateral assessment, looking at the school and the people in it with the recalibrated attention of someone who had been expecting something to happen and was working out why it hadn't. He said nothing about it directly. He didn't look at Harry when he was doing the assessment, which was itself informative. Draco's social instincts were sharp enough to have identified Harry as the relevant variable without explicit evidence. They had a conversation in November that started over a potions practical and became something else by accident. They were the last two in the potions classroom after a double period, Harry finishing a notation in his practical report and Draco cleaning his equipment with the thorough precision that Snape's optional Thursday sessions had apparently instilled in him over the past year. Harry had noticed Draco at those sessions since September, present every week, working with the focused application of someone who had decided to be genuinely good at something rather than simply acknowledged as good at it. "The lacewing flies," Draco said, without looking up from his equipment. "You added them 4 minutes before the textbook says." "The textbook is accounting for a standard cauldron at a standard temperature," Harry said. "The cauldrons in here run hot. Adding at the standard time overcooks the lacewing. 4 minutes early compensates." Draco was quiet. "Then, I've been doing it at the textbook time." "I know. Your potions have been coming out slightly dark since October. Snape hasn't mentioned it because the darkness is within the acceptable range, but at higher concentration it'll become an issue." Draco turned from his equipment and looked at Harry with the expression he'd developed over the past year of not quite knowing what to do with someone who gave him information he needed without using it as leverage. "Why are you telling me?" Draco asked. "Because it's useful information and you needed it," Harry said. "You could have not told me," Draco said. "And I'd have kept making the error." "Yes. That would have benefited you in a competitive sense." "Draco," Harry said, looking at him directly. "I'm not competing with you." Draco's expression did something complicated. The mask he wore, the one Harry had identified in Madame Malkin's as practiced and complete, had developed, over a year, a quality of transparency around its edges. Not cracks exactly, more the natural wear of something carried too long and too constantly. "My father expected something to happen this year," Draco said, carefully. Not accusatory, not a question. Just a statement, testing the air. Harry looked at him steadily. "Did he tell you what?" "No." Draco picked up his equipment and put it away with movements that were precise and slightly too controlled. "He said it would be an interesting year for the school. That certain things had been arranged." "Certain things were unarranged," Harry said simply. Draco was still for a moment. Then, with the specific look of someone arriving at a conclusion they've been approaching for weeks, "By you." "Among other people," Harry said. He kept his voice level and his face calm and let Draco process this at whatever speed he needed. The silence in the empty classroom was the kind that had weight to it. Harry listened to it and felt Draco in it, not magically, just the ordinary human perception of someone standing at a decision point, the specific quality of a person who has been given a piece of information that requires them to update their position on several things at once. "What my father arranged," Draco said, very quietly. "It would have hurt someone." "It would have hurt several people," Harry said. "Potentially killed them." Draco's jaw tightened. "He didn't tell me." "I know," Harry said. "That's not what I'm saying." "Then what are you saying?" Harry thought about this carefully, because it was the question that mattered, the question he'd been building toward in every oblique interaction with Draco for a year and a half. "I'm saying that the things your father wants are not the same as the things you want," he said. "And that the difference between those two sets of things is going to matter very much in the next few years. And that the choice of which set to act on is yours." He picked up his report. "That's all I'm saying." He walked out of the classroom and left Draco standing in it. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. He could feel the weight of what had just landed and he trusted it to settle in the way that real things settled, slowly, incompletely, but toward truth rather than away from it. Snape's Thursday sessions had become, by the middle of second year, the thing Harry looked forward to most in the school week. Not because the sessions were warm, they weren't, Snape's teaching style being the pedagogical equivalent of a cold, clear day, bracing and precise and not remotely interested in whether you found it comfortable. But because Snape was brilliant at what he did and did it without any of the scaffolding most teachers use to make things palatable, and Harry found he could absorb information at a completely different rate without the scaffolding. There were usually 4 or 5 students at the Thursday sessions. Hermione came every week. Draco had started coming in October. 2 sixth years who had clearly decided that additional potions instruction was necessary for their newts. And Harry. In November, Snape had given them a practical that was not in any curriculum Harry had seen, a stabilization technique for potions that were prone to degradation over time, the kind of thing that was useful in a professional context but not tested at school level. Harry had worked through it with the methodical patience of someone applying the archive's fundamental knowledge base to the problem and had produced the correct result through a slightly unorthodox method, achieving the stabilization from the properties level rather than the technique level, working with what the potion was rather than following the standard process. Snape had looked at his work for a long time without speaking. "You modified the process," he said. "The standard process overcorrects," Harry said. "If you adjust the base property balance in the third step, the stabilization happens more efficiently and the result is more durable." "That is," Snape said, in the tone he used when he was about to be critical, "a theoretical approach that is impossible to execute without a fundamental level understanding of property dynamics that is not taught below 7th year." "I've been doing some additional reading," Harry said. The look Snape gave him at that moment was one he'd remember. It was the look of a man who had been making a specific kind of peace with a specific kind of reality and had just had the scope of that reality expanded. "Additional reading," Snape said. "Quite a lot of additional reading," Harry said. Snape looked at the potion. Then at Harry. Then back at the potion, which was demonstrably correct and demonstrably better than the standard method's output. "You will write this up," Snape said. "Full methodology. Theoretical basis. Expected failure points." "Of course," Harry said. "It will be reviewed for potential inclusion in my own research," Snape said, which was the closest Snape came to anything like acknowledgement. "If you have no objection." "None at all," Harry said. "I'll have it to you by Thursday." Snape turned and walked back to the front of the room without further comment. Hermione, across the bench, looked at Harry with the expression she used when she had witnessed something that was going to require later analysis. Draco, on the other side, had been watching the entire exchange and was wearing an expression that Harry had never seen on his face before, something young and genuine and entirely unguarded. Something that looked remarkably like the face of a person who has just seen that the thing they'd been told was the ceiling might actually be a floor. December brought the first real complication of the year, and it came from a direction Harry hadn't fully weighted. The wizarding world had a news cycle the way all communities with news cycles did, meaning it generated and consumed information with an urgency that was roughly inversely proportional to the information's actual importance. Most of the year's news had been the usual rotation, ministry politics, Quidditch results, the ongoing peripheral awareness of Voldemort's absence that the wizarding world maintained the way you maintain an awareness of a bad tooth, always present, never directly addressed. What broke through in December was Harry himself. He hadn't done anything public. He'd been scrupulously private, working through the school year with the deliberate low profile of someone who understood that visibility created variables he didn't want. But the Scar story was out, had apparently been out in fragments since September, various sources in the school reporting various observations, none of them individually significant but aggregating over a term into something that had reached the prophet by December. The prophet ran a story on a Thursday. Harry read it at breakfast because Hermione brought it to him with the expression of someone who had prepared an explanation and was ready to deploy it. The headline was, "The Boy Who Lived, What Is He Now?" The article was the journalistic equivalent of a fishing expedition that had caught a large fish and wasn't entirely sure what to do with it. It had quotes from unnamed students about Harry's academic performance, references to the unusual sorting, a blurry photograph taken from the end of the Gryffindor table that had managed to catch the gold shift of his eyes in a way that looked, in print, distinctly unsettling, and a sidebar from a magical genealogy expert, who had apparently done some research and was being coy about conclusions. The last paragraph was the one that mattered. Questions have been raised in recent weeks about the precise nature of the Potter heir's extraordinary abilities that appear to exceed what would be expected even from the child of two powerful wizards. Our source, speaking on condition of anonymity, suggests the explanation may be found not in Harry Potter's parents but in his bloodline, and specifically in a lineage that, if authenticated, would represent one of the most significant discoveries in wizarding history since the founding of Hogwarts itself. We will have more as the story develops. Harry folded the paper. Someone talked, Hermione said. Several people, Harry said. Probably none of them intentionally. It's the aggregation of small observations. He thought about who had enough pieces to have pointed the genealogy expert in the right direction. Ollivander had given nothing, he was too sharp for that. Ragnarok at Gringotts was bound by the strictest confidentiality in the British wizarding world. That left the school, and within the school, the faculty, and within the faculty, Dumbledore, Hermione said, which was where his own thinking had landed. Not directly, Harry said. But his attention to me has a shape and the faculty can read it. McGonagall's been different with me since the first Thursday she made me stay after class and tested me for 3 hours. Snape talks about my work in faculty meetings, I'd bet on it. He was not angry about this. It was simply the natural flow of information in a community, the way water moved to the available space. It was always going to come out. I'd hoped for second year rather than first, so this is only slightly ahead of schedule. What do you want to do about it? Hermione asked. He thought for exactly as long as it took to eat the rest of his toast. Nothing reactive. The story will develop whether I engage or not. If the genealogy expert has done proper research, the authentication question will take them months and they'll come up with the right answer at the end of it. I'd rather they get there through honest research than through me making a statement. And when they get there, then the wizarding world will know what I am, Harry said, with the equanimity of someone who had been thinking about this since he was 9.5 and had made peace with it. Which is fine. I was always going to have to be it publicly. I just prefer to be it on my terms. Neville, who had been listening to this while feeding Trevor pieces of toast, said, "What are your terms?" Harry looked at him. Neville had, over 1.5 years, become something Harry could only describe as solidly himself. The tentative, self-minimizing boy from the Hogwarts Express had grown steadily and quietly into someone with a clear perspective and the confidence to voice it, and the question was a good one and deserved a real answer. I want to be the person who actually did the work, Harry said. Not the legend. Not the name on the forehead. The actual thing that happened in the actual rooms where it happened, which includes people like you and Hermione who did pieces of it that I couldn't have done alone. He looked around the table. Hermione, Neville, Ron, Ginny, who had been steadily recovering since November and was developing a dry humor that Harry found genuinely entertaining. The story they're going to want to tell is one person. The real story is this table. Ron said, around a sausage. That's either very nice or you're trying to share the blame. Both, Harry said. Partly both. January came in cold and clear, and McGonagall called Harry to her office on the third day of term. He went without apprehension and sat in the chair across her desk and waited while she organized her thoughts with the deliberate precision she brought to anything she considered significant. "The transfiguration practical I set for the class last week," she said. "Yes. You transfigured the object correctly," she said. "The table, into the cat." She paused. "You then transfigured it back. And then you transfigured it into something that was neither the original table nor the assigned cat, which I did not ask for and which had properties that I have been unable to categorize using standard transfiguration theory." Harry thought back. He had, perhaps, let himself be slightly more interested in the transfiguration problem than the assignment required. "I was exploring the animacy boundary," he said. "The standard assignment is a fixed transformation. I was curious about what existed between fully animate and fully inanimate at the magical structure level." "What existed between fully animate and fully inanimate?" McGonagall repeated. "There's a transitional state," Harry said. "Not alive and not object, something that has the magical signature of life without the biological structure." "The archive," he stopped. McGonagall looked at him with the expression of someone who had been holding a question for a long time and has just found the appropriate moment. "The archive," she said carefully, "that you are accessing in Glastonbury." He looked at her. "You know. Albus told me in September," she said. "He tells me the things I need to know. I am his deputy and his friend, and there is very little that passes through this school that I am not aware of." She held his gaze with the steady brown eyes that had, Harry had always thought, the quality of something that had seen a great deal and was not easily moved by what it saw. "Harry. I want to ask you something directly, and I would like a direct answer." "Of course," he said. "How much of what you've been receiving from the archive is affecting your perception of magic as it's being taught in this school?" He considered this honestly. "A significant amount. Meaning the curriculum is incomplete," he said. "In some areas. In others it's accurate and well-structured, and I learn from it genuinely. Charms is excellent. Potions is excellent. Transfiguration is," he stopped. "Is what?" she asked, and her voice was not defensive, just precise. "The theoretical basis taught in the first 3 years is a simplification," he said carefully. "Not inaccurate, the simplified model works for the practical outcomes it's designed to produce. But it omits the mechanism level, the why beneath the how, and I find that when I understand the mechanism I can do things that the simplified model would suggest shouldn't be possible." He paused. "The animacy boundary thing is an example. Standard theory says animate and inanimate are categories. At the mechanism level they're points on a continuous spectrum." McGonagall was very quiet for a long moment. "Show me," she said. He looked at her for a moment. Then he looked at the quill on her desk and the stack of parchment beside it, and he thought about the spectrum rather than the categories, the animacy gradient, the properties that lived at the transitional point, and he worked the transformation without his wand because the wand's channeling would have added a formal constraint that wasn't needed for something this direct. The quill became, for approximately 8 seconds, something that was neither quill nor living thing but held properties of both. It moved, not with the mechanical motion of an enchanted object but with the non-directed motion of something with orientation without volition, exploring the surface of the desk with a curiosity that had no animal origin because it wasn't an animal. It was a quill that was operating at the transitional point of the animacy spectrum. Then he let it resolve back to quill. McGonagall stared at the quill. She stared at it for a very long time. Then she looked at Harry with an expression that was, and he would never tell her this because she would find it professionally inappropriate, the most unguarded he'd ever seen on her face. Pure, genuine, intellectual wonder. That, she said, is not possible. It's not possible within the simplified model, Harry said. In the full model it's a fourth-year application of animacy spectrum mechanics. She pressed her hands flat on the desk. Then she stood up and went to her bookcase and extracted a book that Harry identified from its spine as a specialist transfiguration text, postgraduate level, and brought it to the desk and opened it and placed it in front of him. "Read that chapter," she said. "Annotate it. Tell me where the theory is incomplete." He looked at the chapter title. Boundaries of Animacy in Advanced Transformation. He looked at the first page, which he read in 30 seconds, and at the underlying assumptions, which he identified in 90 seconds. He picked up the quill. "This is going to take more than one page," he said. "Then take more than one page," McGonagall said, sitting back down with the expression of someone who has just changed direction in a significant way and is driving the new direction with full conviction. "I'll have someone cover my first period tomorrow." He spent 2 hours annotating the chapter while she read what he'd written and asked questions, and once, when he described the mechanism behind a transformation constraint she'd been working around for 30 years, she said absolutely nothing for 4 full minutes and then said, "Of course," in the specific tone of someone experiencing retroactive clarity. He left her office at 9:10 with a list of books she was ordering from an Edinburgh specialist for him and the feeling of someone who has just had a genuinely extraordinary afternoon, and walked through the castle toward the Gryffindor Tower with his hands in his pockets and the Nott voice humming quietly with the satisfaction of something that had been waiting for that conversation for a long time. February, and the Prophet published its follow-up. The headline, Emery's Bloodline Confirmed, Harry Potter is the Heir of Merlin. The genealogy expert had been Griselda Marchbanks, who was both the head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority and apparently a serious academic on the side, and her methodology was rigorous enough that even Harry, reading it at breakfast, found nothing to object to. The Great Hall's reaction was a sound that started in the Hufflepuff table and moved across all 4 in approximately 3 seconds, a single compound sound of several hundred people all saying different things at once. Harry ate his porridge. "Don't look up," Ron said, beside him. "I'm not looking up," Harry said. "Don't look like you're not looking up either, because that's worse." "What does not looking up look like?" "Like you're doing right now, which is looking at your porridge with the face of someone who is having an extremely normal morning, which no one is having." Harry looked up. The hall was full of people looking at him. Not the staring at the celebrity look he'd received on his first day in the Leaky Cauldron, something more complicated than that, more varied. Some of it was simple astonishment. Some of it was the specific look of people recalibrating past observations, fitting the new information over the last year and a half and watching things click into place. A Ravenclaw 6th year at the far table had what appeared to be a copy of Hogwarts, a history open in front of her, and was reading rapidly. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was not looking at Harry. He was looking at the table with the focused, still expression of someone processing something that required his full attention. At the staff table, Snape was doing the same thing Draco was doing, which Harry found interesting. Dumbledore was watching him with the expression that was specifically for Harry, the one that was relief and pride and a complex grief and something that was its own thing, something that was probably the feeling of watching something you've been hoping for arrive in a form that was always going to be better than the plan. Harry looked at the hall, at all of it, at the several hundred faces that were rearranging their understanding of the world according to information that had been true since he was 8 years old and drinking something from a glass vial in a cupboard in Surrey. He felt very calm. Not the performed calm of someone maintaining a front, but the real kind, the deep kind that came from having been prepared. He stood up. Not dramatically, he just stood, the way you stand when you're going to say something, and the hall responded the way large spaces respond to a clear signal, the noise dropping by degrees until the room was as quiet as several hundred people could manage. He said, "Good morning." It was such an ordinary opening that the remaining murmurs stopped entirely. "Most of you have just read something that I've known for about 3 years," he said. He kept his voice level and clear and didn't project it. The Great Hall's acoustics were excellent, a Rowena Ravenclaw design, and he'd always thought that working with a good room rather than over it was the appropriate approach. "I wasn't keeping it from you to be mysterious or strategic. I was keeping it to myself because it took time to understand what it meant, and I didn't want to say something publicly before I understood it privately. He paused. I understand it now. Mostly. Someone in the Hufflepuff table asked, out loud, in the way people do when a room is quiet enough that asking feels possible, what does it mean? Being the heir of Merlin. Harry thought about this. He thought about the archive and the basin and 3 chambers of things that had been waiting for 1,000 years. He thought about the ley line under Privet Drive's park and the vault at the bottom of Gringotts and the letter in old ink addressed to the heir, whensoever they come. He thought about Merlin's figure in the dreams, sitting at a table that existed nowhere particular, saying the rest is just work. It means the infrastructure has a maintenance system again, he said, which was not the answer anyone expected and was completely accurate. The magical network that runs through Britain, the ley lines, the old confluences, the things that make places like this school possible, it needs tending. It's been running without a caretaker for a long time and some of it has started to degrade. My job, mostly, is to fix that. He looked around the hall. It also means that certain things that were sealed or hidden or lost can be accessed again. The archive at Glastonbury. The maintenance nodes. Merlin's own maps and working documents. He met a few pairs of eyes, deliberately chosen. It doesn't mean I'm better than anyone in this room. It means I have access to tools that belong to a specific function, and the function is, as far as I can tell, mostly maintenance work. Another voice, from the Ravenclaw table this time, a boy with the intent expression of someone asking the question he genuinely cared about rather than the one that seemed appropriate. What about Voldemort? The hall went quieter. That particular silence was different from the previous one, it had weight in it, the specific weight of a thing everyone was thinking and almost no one said aloud. Harry looked at the boy. What about him? Can you stop him? For good? Yes, Harry said, simply, without drama or performance. It's going to take several years and a significant amount of work and some people in this room are going to help me do it whether they know it yet or not. He said it with the matter-of-fact certainty of someone describing a project timeline. He has anchors. Objects he's tied pieces of himself to so he can't be permanently killed. We've identified most of them. We've already destroyed 2. He paused. When the rest are gone, we finish it. The silence was different again now. He could feel the quality of it shifting, something settling in the room, the specific feeling of several hundred people having their fear acknowledged and then reframed, not dismissed but given a shape they could work with. McGonagall, at the staff table, had an expression he couldn't fully read from this distance but was leaning towards something close to pride. Snape's face was completely unreadable, which meant he was working very hard at something. Any other questions can wait, Harry said, because breakfast was getting cold and he'd said what needed saying and more than this would tip from clarity into performance. We've got classes in 40 minutes. He sat back down. Ron said, very quietly, right, so that happened. Yes, Harry said. You've destroyed 2 Horcruxes. Yes. Were you going to tell me it was 2? I was going to tell you when the timing was right. Mate, Ron said, the timing was probably before you announced it to the entire school. Harry looked at him with the affection of someone who genuinely appreciated being called out correctly. Fair point. I'll tell you everything tonight. Yes you will, Ron said, and went back to his sausages with the air of someone filing a grievance but not actually upset about it. Hermione, on Harry's other side, said nothing. She was smiling at her breakfast with the specific smile of someone who helped do the work and is watching it be acknowledged. He nudged her with his elbow and she nudged back and neither of them said anything because they didn't need to. The thing about saying something true publicly was that it created a kind of permission. The Great Hall speech, if you could call it that, he preferred to think of it as a breakfast announcement, opened a door that had been shut in the school's social architecture since September. Not wide open, not immediately, but the kind of door that has been opened and cannot be properly closed again. Over the following weeks, conversations happened that wouldn't have happened before. Third and fourth year students who had been paying attention to things they couldn't name found they could name them now. Faculty who had been privately recalibrating for a year and a half could do it more openly. Seventh years doing newt preparation came to him with questions, not help me with my homework questions but actual theoretical questions, questions about mechanisms they'd been told to accept without understanding, and he answered them with the directness he'd always found worked best. Snape came to him on a Thursday in late February. Not to his Thursday session, which Harry attended as a student. To the room of requirement, which Snape had apparently figured out independently, which was either investigative excellence or the castle had decided to tell him. The door opened at 9 in the evening and Snape was there in his characteristic black, carrying 2 books and an expression that was doing its best to be professionally neutral and was not entirely succeeding. "Sit down," Harry said. "I'll put tea on." Snape looked at the offer for a moment. "I'm not here for tea." "I know. But it's cold and the room does a good kettle." Harry moved to the small table in the corner of the room that always appeared when he wanted it. "Sit down, Professor." Snape sat. Harry made tea efficiently and brought it and sat across and waited. "The stabilization methodology you gave me in November," Snape said. "I've been testing it." "Yes. It works. Consistently. At concentrations up to and including newt level and beyond, in preliminary testing." He said this with the particular tone of someone delivering a result that requires a complicated acknowledgement. "I submitted a provisional paper to the International Journal of Potions Research in January." "I saw it," Harry said. "It's good. The experimental section is especially solid." Snape looked at him. "You read the journal?" "Every issue." "You're 12. The archive has a subscription." Another silence, this one with the specific quality of a man making a decision. "The theoretical basis of the methodology," Snape said. "Property dynamics at the fundamental level, independent of standard technique scaffolding. I've been attempting to extend it to a second application area." He placed one of the books on the table between them. It was a specialist text, research level, with substantial annotation in Snape's hand. "I've run into a constraint I can't solve from the standard theoretical framework." Harry pulled the book toward him and read the annotated section. He saw the constraint immediately. It was a misidentification of the property interaction level, treating 2 distinct property types as a single category at the point where the extension attempted to apply. "These 2, he said, pointing. "They're not the same type of interaction even though the outputs are similar in lower concentration applications. Here," he pulled out a piece of parchment and sketched the distinction quickly, the property tree branching correctly. "At the level you're working, the difference matters." Snape leaned forward and looked at the sketch. Harry watched him reading it with the full force of a genuinely excellent mind encountering a resolution to a problem it had been working on, and saw the moment it clicked, the slight forward movement, the stilling of everything else. "That's," Snape said, and stopped. "It should extend cleanly from that point," Harry said. "The rest of the application should work." Snape sat back. He had the expression of a man who had come to a room expecting one kind of conversation and had been given another, and was deciding what to do with the difference. "Why," Snape said, quietly, "are you a second-year student?" Harry looked at him with a slight smile. "Because I'm 12. Biologically. You know what I mean." "I know what you mean," Harry agreed. "The bloodline's been waiting a long time. The knowledge doesn't build at a child's pace, it comes as it comes, and I work with what I have." He paused. "You know, you're the second best potions mind I've encountered. The first is in the archive, and he's been dead for centuries, so you're the most useful." Snape looked at him for a moment with an expression that was working very hard not to be amused and not entirely winning the battle. "Second," he said. "Close second," Harry said. "And my morning isn't a complete waste, then." "Your work is genuinely original," Harry said, because it was true and Snape, he had realized, was someone who could receive honest evaluation without needing it wrapped in warmth, who in fact preferred the unwrapped version. The journal paper is the beginning of something that could change the way the field approaches stabilization at the advanced level. The constraint you hit today is the last real obstacle. When you clear it, the extension holds. Snape looked at him steadily for a long moment. The occlumency, Snape said. I've tried to read you 3 times since the first week of first year. Each time the surface layer is accessible and beneath it is locked, Harry said. Not locked, Snape said. Locked implies there's something on the other side of a barrier. What I encounter is more like the absence of a wall because the space the wall would protect has been moved somewhere the wall can't reach. He said this with the precise dissatisfaction of someone who was very good at something being told that the thing they were very good at simply didn't apply. The architecture of the mind is different when the bloodline's involved, Harry said. The way the memory systems organize isn't standard. I didn't build it, it came with the potion. The occlumency instruction I gave myself was about maintaining the surface layer, not about the depth structure. You gave yourself occlumency instruction, Snape said. From books, mostly. And the archives section on mind architecture. He paused. If you wanted to develop a technique that worked on the bloodline's mind structure, purely theoretical, you'd need to start with the property dynamics model rather than the standard approach. The mind isn't a room with locked doors. It's more like a ley line, directional, connected, pressurized. The approach needs to account for the direction of the current, not the walls. Snape was very quiet. Then he picked up his tea, which had been sitting untouched since Harry poured it, and drank it, and Harry recognized this as an acknowledgement. They spent another hour working through the potion's extension, Harry providing framework and Snape building application from it with the speed and precision of someone who had been excellent at what he did for decades and found the new tools sliding into his existing expertise with the naturalness of things that were always supposed to fit there. They didn't discuss anything personal. They didn't discuss Lily Potter or James Potter or the war or the things Snape had done and not done in his life. When Snape left, he said, Thursday. Bring the property dynamics extension in full. It's 12 pages, Harry said. I'll allocate sufficient time, Snape said, and left. The door closed and Harry sat in a quiet room with his tea and felt the ordinary pleasure of a genuinely good working relationship developing from unlikely starting material. The not voice said, he's going to be important. I know, Harry said. He already is. March arrived and Harry went looking for the diadem. He'd known its location since second week of first year, the room of requirement, 7th floor, the specific resonance of the Horcrux's dark signature unmistakable in the ambient magic of a space that accumulated lost things. He hadn't gone for it before because the room of requirement had its own logic about being found and he'd needed to understand that logic before he walked into it with a purpose that big. He went on a Wednesday evening with the sword. Dumbledore had agreed it should stay accessible to him, kept in a case in the room itself rather than the headmaster's office, and he opened the door on the third walk past with the thought in his mind of needing to find a lost thing of great darkness. The room of hidden things was enormous. He'd known this intellectually. The castle had given him the dimensions through the ley line survey. But intellectual knowledge and standing in it were different experiences, the way they always were. It was the size of a cathedral, full of centuries of discarded, hidden, forgotten things stacked and shelved and piled in arrangements that made their own kind of chaotic sense, and the diadem was somewhere in here, and the diadem was also a powerful dark artifact in a room full of old magic and he needed to find it cleanly. He stood at the entrance and extended his full perception. The Horcrux's signature was distinct even here, in the ambient dark magic that accumulated in any space where things were hidden and forgotten. The diadem had a specific cold frequency, Voldemort's handiwork, the soul fragment's particular note. He moved toward it through the stacked centuries of lost objects, and the room arranged itself around him in a way that was either coincidence or the castle clearing a path, and he emerged into a relatively open space near the center of the room with the diadem on a stone plinth directly in front of him. It was beautiful. That was the first thing. Intrinsically, genuinely beautiful, Rowena Ravenclaw's own diadem, the lost crown, with the inscription "With beyond measure is man's greatest treasure," and an aesthetic that spoke of something made with genuine love for craft rather than for display. He stood in front of it and felt the beauty of it and felt, beneath the beauty, the corruption, the soul fragment's cold presence sitting inside the beautiful thing like something dead inside something living. "I'm sorry about this," he said, to the diadem, to whatever remained of Rowena Ravenclaw's intention in the craft of it. "The beauty isn't the problem. The thing inside it is." He picked it up. The fragment pressed against his awareness immediately, the cold intelligence of Voldemort's imprint, recognizing him, understanding what was about to happen, the same frightened aggression he'd felt in the diary. "I know," he said. "But this is the deal. The work doesn't stop because you're uncomfortable with it." He placed the diadem on the stone plinth and took out the sword. "Free," he thought. "After this, free." He brought the sword down clean and the diadem came apart at the soul anchor point, the dark fragment dispersing the way they always dispersed, that dark exhaust, the soundless dissolution of something that had been held together by will and was finally releasing, and the diadem itself, the physical object, was left in pieces that were still beautiful even broken, the engraving still legible on the larger fragment. He sat with the pieces for a moment. 3 Horcruxes destroyed, the diary, the fragment in his scar, and the diadem. 2 he knew of but hadn't reached, the locket with Mundungus Fletcher, the cup in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. 1 he suspected existed and hadn't confirmed, the snake. And Voldemort himself, once the anchors were gone. He put the pieces of the diadem in a cloth and tucked them in his pocket. He'd give them to Dumbledore. There might be something preservable in the object itself, the original enchantment separate from the Horcrux, and Rowena Ravenclaw's work deserved more than a Hogwarts storage room. He walked back out of the room of hidden things into the 7th floor corridor. Draco Malfoy was in the corridor. He was sitting against the wall opposite with his knees up and his back straight in the way that Malfoys sat even when they were clearly not having a good time, and he looked at Harry with the expression that had been developing since November, the one under the mask rather than the mask itself. "How long have you been out here?" Harry asked. "Since you went in," Draco said. "I followed you." He said it without apology or excuse, just fact. "I've been thinking about what you said in November. About what my father wants versus what I want." Harry sat down against the wall beside him, which he could feel was not what Draco had expected. "And?" Harry said. "And I don't know what I want," Draco said. "That's the problem. I was given a role before I was old enough to decide if I wanted it and I've been performing it for so long I'm not entirely sure what's performance and what's," he stopped. Then, with the specific discomfort of someone saying something true for the first time, real. "The Thursday potion sessions," Harry said. "You've been there every week for 2 terms. "I like it," Draco said, with the defensive quality of someone admitting something they'd been trying not to. "I like it when it's just the work. When there's a problem and you find the right approach and it works and it doesn't matter what your name is or who your father is because either you solved it or you didn't." "Yes," Harry said. "That's what real feels like." Draco looked at him. "You've always known what you are." "Not always. I found out when I was 8. But yes, for most of my life I've had the thing you're describing, the thing that doesn't depend on the role." "How?" Harry thought about this carefully, because it was a real question and deserved a real answer and also because he thought what he said here might matter for Draco for a long time. "I didn't have the role," Harry said. "The Dursleys didn't know who I was. I was just the kid in the cupboard." Which was terrible in most ways, but it meant I never had the option of defining myself by the family expectations, because the expectations were so wrong they didn't stick. He paused. "You had the opposite. You were given a role that fit, that your intelligence and your magic made plausible, and so it stuck. The way to get out of it isn't to reject it completely. It's to find the pieces that are actually you and keep those while you let the performance parts go." Draco was quiet for a long time. "The performance parts are most of it," he said, finally. "Right now," Harry said. "That's true right now. It won't always be. They sat in the seventh-floor corridor in the late evening with the castle breathing around them and the torches burning low, and it was not a comfortable silence but it was an honest one, which Harry had always found was more valuable. "What's in the cloth?" Draco asked, nodding at Harry's pocket. "A piece of your school's history," Harry said. "Nothing that concerns you directly." Draco looked at him for a moment. Then, "Is it always going to be like this? You knowing things and telling me only what you think I'm ready for?" "Probably," Harry said. "Does that bother you?" "Yes," Draco said. "But it bothers me the way being tested bothers me. Not the way being dismissed bothers me." Harry looked at him, at the face that had spent 2 years wearing a mask that was wearing thin, at the person that was slowly, imperfectly, beginning to come out from behind it. He thought about the potion sessions and the recalibration in November and the patience it took to change direction when you've been moving another way for 12 years. "You're going to be fine," Harry said. "Not easily. But fine." Draco didn't say anything to this. But something in the set of his shoulders changed slightly, and they sat there in the corridor a little longer before Harry got up to go to Dumbledore's office, and Draco went back to the dungeons, and the night settled into the castle like it always did, old and warm and full. The year ended as years at Hogwarts ended, with exams and warm weather and the specific social gravity of several hundred people who were about to be separated for 3 months doing their best to fit in the remaining time what the year hadn't made space for. Harry sat his exams with the methodical thoroughness of someone who found the process interesting rather than stressful, wrote answers that were accurate and in some cases probably alarming to the examiner, and spent the hours between papers in the library or the room of requirement or the grounds by the lake with the flat warmth of a Scottish June on his face. Dumbledore called him to his office on the last Friday. "The locket," Dumbledore said, when Harry sat down. "Mundungus Fletcher. I've been tracking him. And he sold it," Dumbledore said, with the expression of someone delivering news they'd hoped would be different. "Approximately 6 months ago. To a woman who matched the description of Dolores Umbridge." Harry processed this. Dolores Umbridge was a name he knew from Hermione's Ministry research document, compiled in first year from the same archived newspapers that contained the Death Eater trial records. A senior undersecretary in the Ministry, with a record of magical creature legislation that was comprehensively cruel and a documented enthusiasm for blood status that stopped just short of being actionable. "She has it in the Ministry," Harry said. "Almost certainly wearing it," Dumbledore said. "She's known to appreciate artifacts with old magical significance." "That's a problem for next year," Harry said. "Or beyond," Dumbledore said carefully. "No," Harry said. "Next year. The longer it's being worn the more she's being affected by the soul fragment's influence, even without an active possession attempt. It needs to come out." He thought. "We'll need an access method for the Ministry, which is complicated for a third-year student but not impossible." Dumbledore looked at him with the specific expression he'd developed for Harry's long-term planning statements, the one that mixed trust with the occasional involuntary wince. "I'll work on it over the summer," Harry said. "From the archive." "The archive," Dumbledore said. "You'll be returning?" "For the whole summer. The basin in the third chamber has more to give me and I want to start working on the maintenance nodes. There are 2 in Wales that have gone dark and I've identified the theoretical approach for reactivating them." He paused. "And I need to work on the ring extraction protocol with you before you go anywhere near Little Hangleton." Dumbledore was quiet. "Then, I promised I'd wait." "I know," Harry said. "I'm holding you to it. The ring has to be last, it's the most dangerous extraction and I need to understand the Hallows interaction completely before we touch it." He looked at the headmaster steadily. "When we do the ring, Professor, when the resurrection stone is in hand, I need you to promise me something." "Ask," Dumbledore said. "Your deepest desire," Harry said, quietly, carefully. "The thing the mirror would show you. The thing the stone would offer. I need you to tell me what it is before we're in the room with the ring, so you're not encountering it for the first time when the temptation is active." The office was very quiet. Fawkes shifted on his perch. The silver instruments ticked softly. "My sister," Dumbledore said, finally, with the voice of someone opening a room they keep closed. "Ariana. She died she died because of things I did and didn't do and the way I failed her, and I have carried that for over a century." He held Harry's gaze with an honesty that cost him something. What the stone would offer would be her voice. Telling me it was all right. Harry held the silence respectfully. "Was it all right?" he asked. "No," Dumbledore said. "Not entirely. I was young and I was brilliant and I was selfish in the way that brilliance sometimes produces, and I didn't protect her well enough." He paused. "But I have spent 100 years trying to be better than that person was. I believe that counts for something." "It counts for everything," Harry said. "Hold on to that when we do the ring. Not the absolution, which the stone can't actually give you. The work. The 100 years of work. That's the real thing." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment with the expression Harry had first seen in this office in first year, the one that was relief and grief and something personal, and said, "You are, in ways that I find simultaneously comforting and deeply unsettling, exactly what we needed." "So I've been told," Harry said. He stood. "Lemon sherbet?" Dumbledore laughed, genuinely, the real laugh rather than the social one. "Yes," he said. "Sit back down." Harry sat back down and they ate lemon sherbets in the evening light of the headmaster's office with Fawkes singing softly on his perch and the castle breathing below them and the whole long summer ahead. The last morning of term, Harry was up early. He walked the full circuit of the castle before breakfast, all 7 floors, the ground level, the dungeons, the towers, with his hand trailing the walls at intervals and his awareness spread through the lay current, doing the survey he'd done at Privet Drive before leaving, the one that was partly information and partly acknowledgement. He felt everything he'd catalogued over 2 years, the chamber beneath the 2nd floor, sealed and empty now with the diary gone. The room of hidden things, lighter by one diadem-shaped Horcrux. The 3rd floor corridor, cleared of the stone and the protections that had guarded it. The lay convergence at the northern end of the grounds where 3 lines met beneath the lake, the one he'd been carefully working with since October, applying the archive's maintenance protocols to the connection, and which had, in the past month, started to warm. He stopped at the top of the astronomy tower just before sunrise. The ground spread below him, the lake silver dark, the forest dense at the edges. Beyond the forest the hills, and beyond the hills Britain, and beneath all of it the lay network running in its ancient patterns, and where it was degraded, beginning, slowly, in the 2 places he'd been able to reach so far, to repair. This was the work. Not the Horcruxes specifically, not Voldemort specifically, though both were part of it. The actual work was older and larger and quieter, the maintenance of the thing that had been built over centuries, the tending of the infrastructure that made magic as a living practice possible across the country. The Horcruxes were an interruption. A serious, urgent interruption that required everything he had, but an interruption. The thing Merlin had spent his life building, the thing that the letter from the vault called something that would last, that was the project. He stood on the astronomy tower and felt it below him, the whole web of it, warm and vast and fundamentally, irreducibly alive, and felt himself in it not as a manager or an owner but as exactly what the bloodline made him, a steward. The not voice was quiet. It had been quieter, lately, in the way of something that had said most of what it had to say and was now simply present, a warmth at the back of his mind that he'd stopped noticing as separate from himself. "Is there anything else?" he asked it. A long pause. Then, "Not from me. The rest is yours." He sat with that. The sun came up over the eastern hills, clean and red, hitting the lake first and then the grounds and then the castle and then him, standing on the tower with his hands on the parapet and his eyes the gold green of something that had been waiting for this specific morning since before the morning knew it was coming. Below him, the castle woke. He could feel it, dormitory by dormitory, the shift from sleep to waking, the sound of hundreds of students beginning the last morning of the year with the particular energy of people who are simultaneously tired and relieved and already starting to miss the place that made them tired. The smell of breakfast from the kitchens. The Weasley twins engaging in something that had a magical signature suggesting someone's belongings were being relocated without consent. Neville in the Gryffindor common room with his terrarium, talking to the small magical cactus he'd been cultivating since February with the ease of someone who had stopped finding it strange that the cactus talked back. Hermione was already in the library. He knew this without looking. Ginny Weasley was in the Great Hall early, eating with 3 friends with the color and volume of someone who had been restored to themselves and had no intention of being anything less. Draco Malfoy was in the Slytherin common room with a book and the expression, which Harry couldn't see from here but understood from everything he knew of the person, of someone sitting quietly in their own space for once without performing what sitting quietly was supposed to look like. Snape was in his classroom with a notebook and the provisional second paper that was going to be, when it was submitted, something that changed his field. Harry stood on the tower and felt all of it, the castle, the network, the people, the work ahead, and felt it with the specific quality of someone who knows they are exactly where they are supposed to be, doing exactly what they are supposed to do, with the full and unglamorous weight of exactly what that actually means. 3 Horcruxes destroyed. 5 to find or reach. The infrastructure work begun in 2 locations, 5 more to go. The locket in Umbridge's hands. The ring waiting in Little Hangleton for the protocol to be ready. The cup in Bellatrix's vault. The snake, wherever the snake was. Voldemort, reduced and searching, somewhere in the dark outside the country's borders, feeling the absence of 3 anchors and not yet understanding the full shape of what was being taken from him. A long road. Not an easy one. He had the archive and the maps and the not-voice long memory and Hermione's intelligence and Neville's growing certainty and Ron's uncomplicated loyalty and the castle's warmth and Dumbledore's steady, imperfect, genuine partnership and Snape's brilliant precision and Draco Malfoy slowly, uncertainly, finding his way out from behind the thing his father made him and beginning to look around. He had everything he needed. Not to make it easy. To make it possible, which was the more important thing. He took one last look at the morning, the lake, the hills, the sky, and turned and went down to breakfast. He was 12 years old and he was the heir of Emrys and the work was large and he was hungry and the porridge was not going to wait forever. He took the stairs 2 at a time, because there was no point in being dramatic about it. The castle breathed behind him. The ley lines hummed. Somewhere in the deep foundation, in the oldest stones, something that had been waiting for a very long time settled with the satisfaction of something that had found what it was looking for. It would not be simple. But it would last.